everyone. Welcome, 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 as always. Sorry. Still setting up a tiny little bit, but I'm glad to have people. Also, hey, it's going pretty well, Rosaru. What about you? How is your day going? I hope it's well. I really do. Alright, so, I don't know about y'all, but I got my makeshift dinner here. I spent so long today at points that I could have made dinner, or at least tried to thaw it out, and every time I completely forgot that, hey, if I put something in the freezer for that long, I really need to give it several hours to thaw out. So it's kind of a grab and grovel night, and hopefully Epitome won't be too bad about that. What about you? Your day's been, so much drama today? Oh. Well, there's no drama here at least, so I hope that will help. Okay. Well. Are y'all ready then? I don't know how many y'alls I'm referring to, but... Thank you, Hazel, for the biddies. And I hope you're having a good day, too. Alright, so... Who here is ready to build Bridget? Yo-Yo Master, Trans Icon, Bridget. Who is ready to build her in D&D? Ah! Hey, tape player. You got back into streaming today? Hey, congrats! Glad to hear it. Alright, so... As always, the first thing that we need to do, 4 hours of Evolve. Wow, I didn't know the servers were still up for that game. That's kind of cool. Okay, so, our goals for Bridget. First off, yo! Yo! We need to get at least one yo-yo. We need to make it pretty good. And we need it to be able to really wallop people and keep them at a good, safe range. Secondly, Mr. Roger loves you very much. And so does Roger, the giant robot teddy bear that's apparently possessed by an ancient ghost? So we're gonna get something to have Roger represented. And then we need to become HRT, the Highly Rapid Trans Woman, because Bridget is, in Guilty Gear, one of the fastest characters. She might not have much health at all, but she is very quick, and we need to make sure that that is represented too. So, with all that taken care of, let's get right into it. We're gonna start off in Dexterity. We're gonna be doing a standard point spread. 15 in Dexterity, because you're gonna need to be able to really speed around everywhere. Oop. Sorry, dropped something. We'll get wheelies, don't worry. Believe it or not, we will actually get something for that. Alright, after that... Sorry, I'm chewing a lot, too. After that, let's do Wisdom. Bridget actually worked for a while as... well, not actually, it's pretty much her lore. Bridget worked for a while as a bounty hunter, and you need to have your head on a swivel if you're going to be doing that as a job. I'm going to do intelligence after that. Her parents were apparently billionaires, so she had very good education. Charisma is going to be a little low. She's still very likable, but she needs to learn to be able to speak up and assert herself more, really. Again, Constitution, not great, but to be fair, I did specifically say this is a character who has low health in the game, and we're dumping strength because one of Bridget's listed dislikes is muscles, so we're gonna make sure that she doesn't have to deal with any muscles more than she has already. Okay. As it turns out, Bridget is, in fact... Shocker, I know. She's a human. Really? That's what I saw when I was looking up her lore before. But I only did research very recently, so please feel free to correct me if I am wrong. First off, we're going to round up. Wonder where the billionaire thing came from, then. I'm gonna look at the Guilty Gear wiki real quick. I'm not sure. Weird. Well, regardless, she is still pretty smart. Okay, so... Actually, I forget something. Hold on. I can't remember. Are humans one of the races who can now do variant spreads for stats? Let me check that real quick. Nope. Looks like it's still the same. Okay. Was that one of the things that Tasha added for humans as well? Let me check real quick. Hey, Happy. Okay. Take the ability score bonuses of your race and apply them however you like. Okay. Yeah, that works. Alright, in that case, let me rearrange these a little bit. Intelligence we'll put at 12, Charisma at 13, and honestly, I think that should work. She's still pretty smart, though. So let's get Dexterity. Intelligence. and Charisma +1. Excuse me. To catch them is my real test. To train them is my cause. I will travel across the map. Also, hey, Happy! Thought Tasha just made it a variant rule. Yeah, I just wanted to, like, make sure that within the book, it's saying that, yes, this is something that anyone can do. So I'm also gonna specify Tasha's variant. Alright, let's see. Let's start off with acrobatics proficiency. And for the feat, let's see. Alright, so I know that it's important for her to be at range. So I'm going to say one of the best ranging tools you can get is the Sentinel feat. So the Sentinel feat allows you to, when you hit a creature with an opportunity attack, make their speed 0. So if you hit someone with an opportunity attack, they cannot move at all until the rest of their turn, or until their next turn, basically. Also, creatures provoke opportunity attacks even if they take the disengage action. Bridget's all about being a zoner character. She's not gonna let you into her zone. And when a creature within 5 feet of her makes an attack against a target other than her, and that target doesn't have Sentinel too, she can use her reaction to make a melee weapon attack against the character as well. Alright, so there we got that. Let's think about background. So Bridget was originally... Not anymore, she's fucking everything in Strive. Damn, good for her! Alright, so I know that she was raised in a convent, so we're definitely getting religion proficiency for one of these. I think then also it would help to have something like... Let me double check what our starting class's skills are. Alright, actually, we'll get acrobatics in a second. Instead, let's go with... Let's give her perception proficiency and also investigation proficiency, so that way she's able to better hunt down her bounties, you know? Alright, so... Ow. Oh. Sorry. I'm also having kind of half dinner. Anyway, we are going to be starting off as a monk. We get 2 more skill proficiencies. We're going to get acrobatics and let's see. Let's also get insight proficiency here. She, you know, she's a pretty good judge of character. And again, it helps with the bounty hunting, being able to get information out of people. So, as a monk, she has been trained in martial arts. That means that she can use her dexterity instead of her strength when making attacks with unarmed strikes, or monk weapons, which is any simple weapon or short sword. She can also substitute a d4 for the normal damage of those attacks. And when she uses the attack action as a bonus action, an attack action with an unarmed strike or monk weapon, as a bonus action, she can make a extra unarmed attack for free. So, as you say, she can hit someone with the yo-yo and then do a little butt bump. You know how it is. Sometimes you just gotta do a little butt bump. Also, as you'll notice from our reference picture here, she does not wear any form of armor. So it's really good that she gets unarmored defense, which makes her AC equal to 10 plus her dexterity plus her wisdom modifier. So at this point, that's going to be 15. Pretty good. And we'll be able to make it better, obviously, as things go on. So I'm going to be sticking with Monk for a little bit. So that way we are able to, you know, start fully realizing the character. Alright, so Monk 2, we get key points, which let us do cool... which let us do cool bounty hunter things, like Flurry of Blows, which when you take your attack action, you can spend a key point to make 2 unarmed strikes as a bonus action instead of the normal one. You can spend a key point to take the dodge action as a bonus action, or with Step of the Wind, you can take the dash or disengage action as a bonus action, and your jump distance is tripled. We could have invested in athletics instead, but remember, Bridget does not like muscles, so I don't want to make her any more muscular than she has to be. Alright. Also, at this level... Sorry. Let me make sure... Oh, it's a 2-hit combo she can just do. That's pretty much her FAR S in D&D. That's sick. Nice. Okay, so... Also, we get... Oh, come on. Unarmored movement, which at this level gives you an extra 10 feet. Ah, no. You get away from there, little thingy. An extra 10 feet of movement speed. And again, as long as you're unarmored, you'll get this, and it will keep going up as we go further along in the class. Okay. Ow. Ow. Okay, so... Oh, no, come on. At Monk 3, she learns how to... When someone throws a projectile at her, she learns how to cat's cradle that motherfucker with deflect missiles. That allows you, as a reaction, to reduce the damage you would take from a ranged weapon attack by 1d10 plus your dex mod plus your monk level. And if you reduce it to 0, you can catch the missile, if it's small enough to hold, and spend a key point to make a ranged attack to throw it right back. So basically think of this as her being able to parry and then punish their overextension with, you know, hitting them with a yo-yo. Or, I mean, that's how I would flavor it, at least. Also, we get our monastic tradition. And in order to master the use of the yo-yo, which is kind of a weird weapon as far as things go, we are going to be going with the Way of the Kensei. So, when you pick Way of the Kensei, you get a whole bunch of stuff, honestly. You get, for starts, Kensei weapons, which are 2 weapons, one ranged, one melee, and they can be any sort of weapons, as long as they don't have the heavier special property, and those are now, for the sake of your class features, monk weapons. For this one, I'm going to say that we will get the whip, because although the main damaging part of Bridget's yo-yo is the head, which I don't think is, like, sharp or anything, whip is the only finesse-based weapon that has reach. Otherwise, we would have to use something heavy, which we can't, because monk. And as for the ranged weapon, we are going to, although technically we already have proficiency with it, we're just going to make it official and get the boomerang. Now you might be thinking, why are we getting a boomerang? That's not a thing that Bridget does. But consider this. A boomerang is something that is a blunt object that you throw and can come back to you. What does that sound like? That's right. Boomerangs are going to be our stand-in for yo-yo. Because there's honestly very few weapons that are blunt and also throwing weapons. I'm gonna double check though, just to be sure, because, man, I hate being wrong about this kind of stuff. Let's look out the weapons table real quick. Okay, just to make doubly sure. No. 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 Yep, I can now confirm that, unfortunately, this is the only, or rather, damage-wise, this is going to be as good as we'll get for it. Plus, Boomerang also has the fun little bonus feature of if you miss with a Boomerang attack, it automatically returns to your hand, and that's pretty fun. Let me also just make sure that it's totally, definitely not homebrew. Okay, it's not. Excellent. Also, I need to throw away something, so I will be right back. Okay, and I'm back. Also, you know what else is fun? Unlike the actual world, there's nothing saying that you can't tie a string to a boomerang and still throw it, and if it hits, just pull it back on the string. Anyway, so, now that you have these Kensei weapons, what are they doing for you? First off, they give you the ability to do agile parries. Agile parry means that as long as you, or if you make an unarmed strike as part of the attack action on the turn that you're holding a Kensei weapon, you get a +2 bonus to your AC until the start of your next turn. Also, you can make Kensei's shots. Kensei shots means that bonus action on your turn, you can make ranged attacks with your Kensei weapon, do an extra d4 of the weapon's damage type. So now those yo-yo boomerangs are 2d4 damage. And who said boomerang had to be its normal shape? Exactly! See, now you're getting it, Rosaru. Now you're thinking with... Well, not portals, because that's copyrighted, I'm pretty sure. And you also get, Way of the Brush. This just gives you either painter's tools or calligraphy tool proficiency. I'm gonna say probably calligraphy tool because, like, monasteries make illuminated manuscripts. Maybe they taught her to have really nice calligraphy. We'll work with it. Also, at this level... Key-empowered. You get the ability to make key-empowered strikes, which allow you to spend a key point to make one attack with an unarmed weapon or monk weapon as a bonus action. So basically, if you want to, instead of hit someone with a melee unarmed strike, you can use the key-fueled attack ability to instead get an extra bonus attack with one of your Kensei weapons. Okay. Now we're sticking out one more level of Monk for now. Don't worry, we'll be back. Monk 4, we get our first ASI, which obviously is what I want. Technically, we'll have options for stat spreads, but we're gonna focus on dexterity for now, since that also gives her the benefit of the unarmored defense. Now she has Strives damage. That's so cool. Oh, what part of it was so cool? I'm very flattered. Also, at this level, you get two more fun key features. You get Slow Fall, which allows you to reduce any falling damage you take by an amount 5 times your monk level. So at this level, that would be 20. That means that you can fall a distance of, let's see, it's d6 for every 10 it's d6 for every 10 feet, so you can fall 30 feet without taking any harm, period. Also, you get yet another option. Since we're not going to be focusing too much on her HP, you also get the ability to do Quickened Healing, which lets you spend 2 key points to roll your martial arts die and regain a number of HP points equal to the number you roll plus your proficiency bonus. The last thing on the level 3 list that had to do with the weapons? The key-empowered strikes. Okay. I'm glad you liked it. Alright, so now that we've got our monk set up, we also need to make sure that she gets all kinds of wonderful toys to play with. And for that, we are going to do some multi-classing into Artificer. So as an Artificer, she gets the ability to create magical tinkerings, which are little flavor effects. You can imbue messages, images, sounds, scents into mundane objects. It's basically prestidigitation, but focused in on a single object instead. Also, if you want, I'm not saying you have to, but if you want, and your DM has rules for it, you can learn how to gun. So, obviously, Bridget in canon does not have a gun. In fact, I don't think anyone does right now, except the weirdo, happy, crazy dude, or whatever his name is. But if you want, the Bridget you play at home wants to have a gun as a treat, now you can. Alright, so... in addition, you now have 2 cantrips, and Happy Chaos, that was the guy. Man, what a weirdo. So, Got spell casting now. Alright, so... as an artificer, you have... the only spells that you have solidified that you know are cantrips. Everything else you get to pick whenever you do a short rest. So, for cantrips... let's see, I would suggest... okay, yeah, I would suggest... Booming Blade. So, Booming Blade lets you make a melee attack against something, a creature within 5 feet of you. On the hit, the creature takes the normal amount of damage, and if they move 5 feet or more before the start of your next turn, they take an additional d8 thunder damage. So again, you can use this as a way that you can create space, you can zone. They're not going to be able to get any closer to you if you, like, hit them with a Sentinel or a Booming Blade. You got options, that's important. As for the other one, I am going to say, let's get Mending. It'll become more important later, but for now, it just lets you patch together a single break or tear over the course of a minute. Not super useful, pretty slow. It'll get better once we get a few levels deep. Okay. Then we also have suggested spells. And because you are an artificer, that means you're only a half caster. You're gonna get spell options very, very slowly. The first spell, though, that I would suggest is Catapult. So, Catapult lets you take an item that weighs 1 to 5 pounds, say the head of a yo-yo, and that object flies in a straight line 90 feet a direction you choose before falling to the ground. Any object or creature it would strike, or any creature it would strike has to make a dex save, and on a failed save, it hits them and deals 3d8 bludgeoning damage. So again, we've got a very, very long distance yo-yo at this point. You basically have a yo-yo that is potentially 90 feet long, which is wild, I think, and pretty fantastic. Let's see, in addition to that... in addition to that, I would also say, let's grab Longstrider. So Longstrider is a nice flat buff. You use it, and for the next hour, you, or anyone you touch, technically, get an increase to your speed by another 10 feet. So at this point, you are able to travel 50 feet in 6 seconds. That's really good. This is my idea for the little yo-yo scooter thing that she has. It's Longstrider, basically. Alright, so Artificer 2. This is when we start getting some fun stuff. Like... also, you know what? We don't even really necessarily need the boomerang at this point. If you want, I'm gonna add that as a point. Boomerang. Light. Hammer. If boomerang not. So the reason I say that is because at Artificer 2, you get the ability to make infusions, which are basically just fun little magical items that work just for you. You know 4 of them, and you can have 2 active at any given time. So let me bring up the list. I already know one of them for sure. Oh boy. Okay. Let's see where... Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, so first things first, we want... Okay, so... Infusions known. We want returning weapon. So this way, you don't even need to have it be a boomerang anymore. You can just use a light hammer if you want instead. What this means, though, returning weapon, the yo-yo becomes a magical weapon that has a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls, and whenever you throw it, it immediately returns to your hand after it's used to make that ranged attack. So now we have an actual, legit yo-yo. You don't even need to use a boomerang. If you want, you can just have it be a light hammer, and in fact, I'm actually gonna go back and have that as a thing. And light hammer. Because it doesn't even need to be a boomerang anymore. The hammer will work just as well. Yep, we have a legit yo-yo now. This, keep in mind, is also a yo-yo that will do 2d4 +1 damage, which is pretty good for a thrown weapon that, again, that would have a throwing distance of 20 to 60 feet. So that's a super reach weapon. That's you being able to unravel a yo-yo and it's 20 feet long, or potentially up to 60 feet long. That is wild, and I love it. Let's see, beyond that, is there anything else? Oh, wait, hold on, I actually forgot something important earlier. I think more than perception, this really needs to be sleight of hand, because what is yo-yo if not a sleight of hand check, right? Sorry, had to fix that real quick. Alright, so returning weapon. Alternatively, if you want to focus more on your whip for a closer range yo-yo option, you can get enhanced weapon. At the moment, that will do the same thing as returning weapon. It will give it a +1 to damage and attack rolls. However, the benefit of choosing that over a returning weapon is when you hit 10th level, it will do a +2 bonus instead. So really not that much of a difference. But if you want to focus on your whip yo-yo instead of your thrown weapon yo-yo, you've got options now. Let's see, beyond that, I'm going to say, let's also get... These aren't things that she explicitly uses per se, but I think would be useful in her line of work. Those being goggles of night, to allow her to see in the dark because she has bad human eyes, and also sending stones, so that way you can have a heartfelt conversation with the director of Absolute Defense about your gender identity, and he doesn't necessarily have to follow you all around through 8 different fights. Okay, let's see. Okay, so carrying on from there. Artificer 3, we have our Artificer specialty, I believe is for, yeah. Artificer Specialist. And we are gonna be going with the only option that will give us Roger, our very, very good boy. Sending Stone's already a thing in Guilty Gear? Hog, we already got something even more canon than I expected. So we are going to go Battlesmith. Alright, so as a Battlesmith, you get a bonus tool proficiency, so in this case it's Smith Tools proficiency. And this is essentially going to be like, you know what, actually, hold on. Something else that I want to fix. Way of the Brush, we're gonna switch that out for Weaver's Tools. Because Smith's Tools and Tinker's Tools is going to help us with the interior parts of the robot teddy bear Roger, but Weaver's Tools is what's going to let us make his comfy, cuddly, soft exterior, and I think that's very important too. You get additional Battlesmith spell. Oh, Battlesmith spells. At this level, those spells are Heroism. That lets you lets you touch someone. That creature becomes immune to being frightened. You know, in case you need to give yourself the courage to confront your own gender identity, and it also gives temporary hit points equal to your charisma modifier at the start of each turn. Then you also get Shield, which, I mean, guarding is a thing in Guilty Gear. Shield is basically that. It lets you add +5 to your AC as a reaction till the start of your next turn. So, unless it's a ranged weapon attack, this is probably a better use of your reaction. It's an option. Or unless you can make a sentinel attack, because that would also be very good. Alright, so you also are battle ready, which is a bunch of stuff that we don't care about. It gives us proficiency with all martial weapons, and when you make an attack with a magic weapon, you can use your intelligence mod instead of strength or dexterity. But our strength is abysmal, and our dexterity is just gonna be our best attack stat, so ignore that stuff, we don't need it. More importantly, though, this is when we get our Steel Defender, Roger. So the Steel Defender has a stat block all of its own. You can look it up, it's very easy to find. Basically, it is a construct that will follow your lead, it will follow your orders. It shares your initiative count going right after, but the only action it can take on its own is the dodge action. However, you can use your bonus action if you want to tell Roger to do something else. For instance, if you want Roger to punch the shit out of someone, or to grapple them so they can't get any closer to you. Also, if Roger gets hurt, you can cast the Mending spell on him to give him, or to regain 2d6 hit points for him. Also at this point, you get the right tool for the job. That basically just allows you to magically create any set of artisan's tools that you might need, as long as you have thieves' tools or some other form of artisan's tools already. It's a not magical byproduct, the tools, but it is a magical process. Though that said, you could also probably make a decent amount of quick cash. This doesn't sound in character for Bridget, by making things with this magic ability, and since when you use the ability again, the previous tools disappear and, you know, just repeat as necessary. It's kind of a scuzzy thing, and I don't think she would do it, but if you want to at home, that's an option, I guess. Okay, so Artificer 4. We are capping out our dexterity at this point. Oh wait, did I not? Yeah, I didn't add that in. Okay. Well, now your dexterity is capped out. That means that also your unarmored defense is currently 17. Pretty good. Or to ride a fire motorbike into the enemy? Yes. Believe it or not, Rosaru, we will get something for that later on. I kid you not. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We are actually gonna get something for that. Okay, so is there anything else? Level 4... Nope. You get one more first level spell slot, so that's nice, at least. Alright, so... at this point, we're gonna kind of bounce between the two classes for a little bit. First off, Monk 5. This gives us a extra attack, so now when we make an attack, we can make a second attack, and then because we're a monk, make a third attack, or alternatively make 2 more attacks. Monks can do a lot of attacks. It's kind of fun. And keep in mind, if you're using your yo-yo, these are all doing a little more damage now, because now that you are level 5 as a monk, your martial arts die bumps up to a d6. So that means that now you're doing, let's see, 1d6 plus 1d4 plus 1 damage with your yo-yos. Now, you know what? I think that sounds pretty good. It's almost like a combo. Exactly. It's almost like I planned this. Also, you get at this level the ability to hit someone so hard that they are stunned. This is an ability that whenever you hit someone with a melee weapon attack, you can spend a key point and they have to do a Constitution saving throw or they get stunned till the end of your next turn. That's a really vicious ability. A stunned creature can't move, has 0 speed, can barely speak, automatically fails strength and dexterity saving throws, and most importantly, attack rolls against them have advantage. Exactly! I know, right? It's almost like I'm kinda good at these now. So, that means that with your yo-yo, if you use your whip version of the yo-yo, you can still stun someone from 10 feet away from them. Use the stunning strike first, then your second attack and your bonus action attack both have advantage to hit. It's a really nasty combo, and I love it. But that's not all, because Monk 5 gets a ton of stuff. For example, you also get Focused Aim. That means that you can spend anywhere from 1 to 3 key points to increase an attack roll by 2 for each of the key points, so up to +6 to hit, turning a lot of potential misses into certain hits. And, actually that's all you get at level 5, but that's still a ton, so I feel pretty good about it. I'm trying to, at this point, make these builds in a way that, like, by level 10, they feel pretty much whole and what the finished build would be about. But we're also going to try and still build it out to 20, obviously. So, Monk 6. This is another good level for monks, first off. You have key-empowered strikes. This means that your unarmed strikes count as magical for the sake of overcoming resistance and immunity to non-magical attacks and damage. That actually brings up an interesting question for me. Hold on. This isn't going to be something that we'll be doing in this build, but I am curious as to how this works exactly, so... Okay, so unarmed strikes are a... I don't think that is a weapon attack, by definition. I'm gonna double check, though, because again, this isn't something that this build will take advantage of, but I think that might mean there's a funny little trick here. Okay, yeah, it's a melee attack. Sadly, it's a melee attack, not a melee weapon attack, because if it was a melee weapon attack, because you have the battle ready ability, that means that you could have used your intelligence modifier as a monk instead. Love Guilty Gear and D&D, so had to check this out. Hey, Zap! Welcome, welcome! It's lovely to meet you. At this point, we're about halfway through Bridget's build, but already I think most of the features that we're looking for are pretty much there. So to run through real quick. Boop, 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 boop. Variant Human, Monk 1, 2, 3 to get the key and power, to get the Way of the Kensei subclass, Whip and Light Hammer for our Kensei weapons. Carrying on from there, a little more in Monk, we jump over to Artificer. At second level, we get Returning Weapon, which we can apply on our Light Hammer Kensei weapons, so now they do, so now when you throw them, it immediately comes back to you. Presto, we got ourselves a yo-yo. Carrying on from there, in order to get Roger, our bear companion, we go Battlesmith. He's gonna be our Steel Defender. And then we jumped back over to Monk to get more busted stuff, and now you're pretty much caught up. Let's get the sheet out that I was using again. Thank you. Alright, so... Oh, okay, so at 6th level, you can choose an additional type of weapon to be a Kensei weapon. I'm gonna say that, oh, you know what else could be considered like a yo-yo? A flail. At that point, it would be doing a d8 of damage, which is much better than your normal yo-yo. So you've got your Light Hammer yo-yo for keeping enemies at range, you've got your Whip yo-yo for mid-range, and if they get super close to you, you've got the Flail yo-yo to just really focus on damage output. Oh, also, you know how your unarmed attacks are magical? Also, at this point... Oh, come on, mouse. Also, at this point, you have... magic Kensei weapons. So your weapons, the Kensei weapons, also count as magical for the sake of overcoming resistance and immunity. And you also get the ability to make deft strikes. That means that you can spend 1 key point to cause the weapon to do extra damage equal to your martial arts die. So that means that if you're using the light hammer version, it is doing 1d6 plus 1d4 plus 1 plus 1d6, so 2d6 plus 2d6 plus 5, because I forgot the dexterity modifier. 2d6 plus 5 plus 4 plus d4 plus 1 damage for the longest distance yo-yos. For a melee, for the melee whip yo-yo, let's see, that would be that again would be d6 2d6 plus 4 plus d4 plus 1 plus 5. And for the flail, it would just be a, you know, d8 plus 5 plus 1 plus d4. Or, so, yeah, plus d4 still. Plus d6. You're hitting hard. That's basically what I wanted to say. Alright, so we're gonna be jumping back over for a second to Artificer. After this, we're kind of gonna be bouncing back and forth for a little bit, so, you know, sit tight. We'll be getting through everything, I promise. Alright, so Artificer 5, unfortunately, is an empty level for us. This would also give us extra attack, but unfortunately it doesn't stack. Beyond that... Okay, let's see. Artificer 5. Oh, that's right. You can have level 2 spells now, so let's see if there's anything I want to suggest there. Go, ninja, go, ninja, go! Okay. Okay, so, at this point, Roger is considered a medium construct. However, with, I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure you get this, right? Yes, okay, good. But with Enlarge Reduce, you can either make Roger even bigger to the point that you could ride Roger for some of those aerial dash attacks that he's got, or you could make him really small. Small enough, perhaps, to ride on a tiny flaming motorcycle? We'll get back to that one in a little bit, don't you worry. Let's see. Alternatives to that... If you want to free up one of your infusion slots for something else, you can also cast Magic Weapon, which turns something into a magic weapon that does an extra +1 to attack and damage rolls, and when you upcast it, that boosts up to a max of +3. You know, another spell actually I'll suggest is, this is going to be sort of a creative interpretation of what a yo-yo can be, but if you wrap a yo-yo around several points in an environment to create a web of sorts, well, that might be like a web. With web, you create a 20-foot cube of difficult terrain anchored between several solid masses. Each creature that starts its turn in the web or enters it during its turn has to make a dex save or they become restrained, which again, 0 speed. Attack rolls against it have advantage, their attack rolls have disadvantage, and they have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. This is a really nasty ability that you can throw out, and it's AoE, so you got a bonus to that too. So if you really want to take full advantage of just how long your yo-yo's string is, you can use this. She has a yo-yo grab? Hog. I'm a genius. I managed to do these things without even knowing all the details. Let's go. Let's frickin' go. Okay, so Artificer 6. First off, you get Tool Expertise. That just means that, excuse me, any skill check that you make that uses one of the tools that you're proficient with, you double your proficiency bonus for it. Let's see, in addition to that, yes, you get to know 2 more infusions, you get to have 1 more active, and there's a few more options we've got here, so let's see what we want. Alright, let's see. What other magical items can you get at this point? No, that one's a ranged attack. That wouldn't make sense for Roger. I'm going to suggest, so you can have 2 more of these. I'm gonna suggest, let's get Gloves of Thievery. So Gloves of Thievery, they're an invisible pair of gloves while you're wearing them that give you a +5 bonus to sleight of hand checks and checks made to pick locks. Those are things that would be pretty useful for a bounty hunter to have, and also remember, sleight of hand checks is probably going to be more accurate for using a yo-yo than something like performance checks. So you're going to be that much better at using yo-yos for their intended purpose too. I know that that's not a huge deal, I just think that's a fun detail. In addition to that, I'm going to say let's also make one of the hoodies that she wears into a Cloak of Elvenkind. So, Cloak of Elvenkind, when you wear it with its hood up, perception checks made to see you have disadvantage, and you have advantage on stealth checks made to hide. For some reason, it takes a full 6 seconds for you to pull the hood up or down, but that's still pretty useful, again, for a bounty hunter. And you know what? She's got so many hoodies going on that I feel like we have to do something to represent those really awesome hoodies, right? I think so, anyway. Okay, let's see. Okay, Artificer 7, you get Flash of Genius. So Flash of Genius is a really good ability that is admittedly kind of super wasted on this build. Flash of Genius allows you whenever you or a creature you can see within 30 feet of you makes an ability check or a saving throw, you can use your reaction to add your intelligence modifier to the roll. You can do this a number of times equal to your intelligence modifier. Normally that would be really good for an Artificer. However, because we're focusing primarily on the Monk, we only have an intelligence of +1. So you can use it once, and it gives you, or whoever else you want, +1. Could be worse. Could be a lot better, admittedly. Anyway. Let's see, is there something else that you got at this level? Nope, not yet. I'm gonna stick a little further here with this, I think. Yeah, I gotta check something real quick. see. How far can we get here? How far do we need to get here? Okay, I think we can probably work with that. I think we can work with that. Okay, so... Artificer 8, we get another ASI. So let's see. We could use this to boost our intelligence, and that would not be a bad idea in the slightest. Because that would give us more uses of our Flash of Genius and would make Flash of Genius better. So that means we need to think of either what other thing we're willing to put only one into, or alternative... Oh wait, actually... Okay, we can work with that, I think. Yeah. Because you started off as... Yeah, you started off as a monk, so you wouldn't have these, this particular save naturally. Alright, we can work with this. Okay, so... Let's get, we're gonna be a real mad lass here and get, intelligence and wisdom +1. I won't know what you're thinking, like, oh no, B, what are you doing? If you do that, it'll be odd. No, no! And don't worry, I hear you. I hear you every night. You are the furies that tear at my conscience and tear at my consciousness into the cold oblivion of creator's remorse. I hear you, and it's gonna be okay, I promise. For now, this is nice because it now means we get 2 flashes of genius, and it's a +2 bonus instead of only a +1. Anyway. Alright, let's see, was there anything else here? No, okay. Nope, bring that up. Back up, please. Actually, viewer thoughts, haha. Funny wisdom up. Okay, I'm glad then. Hold on a sec. Okay, well, whatever. Anyway. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. Okay, so close along. Your heart's been aching, but you're too shy to say it. Okay, so let's see. I think. Let me double check something real quick. Yes. I think we can make this work. Alright, so let's see. Okay, so. Alright, yeah, sorry. I was just looking and I saw the thing that I needed to see. We're good. Okay, so Artificer 9. Come on, let me get it. Let me get it, please. Some people know what's been going on. Here to play it, and they want to all feel it. I'll make you understand. I can give you up. Never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you. Okay, so Artificer 9. We get... come on. We get a even stronger version of Roger with his Arcane Jolt. So what that means is that whenever you hit a target with a magic weapon attack, remember, all of your Kensei weapons count as magic weapon attacks for the sake of this. This is going to be important here. When you hit someone with a magic weapon attack, like your Kensei weapons, or when Roger hits someone, the target takes an additional 2d6 force damage, and you can, so 2d6 force damage, or choose a creature or an object you can see within 30 feet of the target, and they restore 2d6 HP. You can do this a number of times equal to your intelligence modifier, and can't do so more than once per turn. You get all those uses back on a long rest. So if you really need to hit something with an extra big oomph, use Arcane Jolt. Alright. Alright, so the reason that we stuck so long outside of Arcane Jolt, which is a very fun ability, the other reason why we stuck so long in this secondary class, though, she has a super now, Pog! The other reason, though, is 9th level is when we first get 3rd level spell slots, and there are some good ones here for us. See you soon. Alright, so the first one that I want to take note of Haste. Remember how Bridget is super, super fast, like one of the fastest characters in the whole game? Haste is what's going to help you get there. It is one of your best friends. Haste makes it so for the next minute, as long as you maintain concentration, you get double speed, so that is 100-foot distance in 6 seconds at this point, +2 bonus to your AC, advantage on dexterity saving throws, and an additional action you can use to attack, dash, disengage, hide, or use an object. Now, keep in mind, when the spell ends, you can't move or take actions until after the next turn, but it doesn't say that you can't take bonus actions, so after haste ends, you could use your bonus action to tell Roger to come pick you up and protect you. And the other thing here, you can also get the spell Tiny Servant. Okay, so, remember... Oh, what was that? Hold on. What was it called? It was, the Killing Machine. Me and My Killing Machine, the Return of the Killing Machine, that move, remember that? So, Tiny Servant. You touch a tiny, non-magical object. That object comes to life, sprouting limbs if necessary, becoming a creature under your control for the next 8 hours. As a bonus action, you can tell them what to do as long as they're within 120 feet, and it will try its best to keep doing that for as long as it can. You can use this to bring a toy motorcycle to life. You could even have Roger shrunk down to ride on that toy motorcycle. You can have Roger riding on that toy motorcycle. I mean, I don't know what else to say. It's how you get a tiny little teddy bear friend that rides a flaming motorcycle. There it is. We got it. Okay. Alright, so now that we got that, forget about me. Don't you. We did it, Reddit. Absolutely right. Don't. Okay, so now that we've gotten that, we're gonna take a little break from Artificer. Let's see, what was the Monk 6, I think? Yeah, that was the last one we had, so... Monk 7. Okay, so at Monk 7, we get Evasion. That makes it so, if you'd be subjected to a dexterity saving throw effect, that would normally let you take half damage if you succeed on the dexterity saving throw. Instead, you take no damage if you succeed on the dex save, and only half if you fail. Also, you get Stillness of Mind. That allows you, as your action, to end an effect that is making you charmed or frightened. It's almost like you just went through an entire 8-fight-long story arc and realized that you're not afraid of embracing your identity anymore. You did it. Congrats. Okay, let me see. Is there anything else at 7th low? Oh, also, I forgot one other thing that we got at Monk 6. I forgot. Unarmored movement is now plus 15 extra feet of movement. So in actuality, let's see, that would be... Oh gosh. That would be, before dashing, 45 feet of movement, which you can double with haste to be 90 feet. If you need to, you can dash with Step of the Wind to do 180 feet in, again, 6 seconds. I cannot stress how fast this is. And we're not even building just someone focused on being fast. This is just a fun little third goal for us. Okay, let's see, was there anything else at 7th level? No, okay. Okay. So you know what's almost as good as being able to immediately end the effects of being frightened? Not being frightened in the first place. So instead of our ASI, we are going to get the Resilient feat. That makes it so we pick one stat. In our case, we are picking Wisdom. We get +1 to that stat, and we also become proficient in saving throws with it. Wisdom is the stat that's most used for things like being charmed, being paralyzed, being stunned, being frightened. You've accepted your true self, and that has given you the proficiency in wisdom saving throws. Also, it, just as a fun aside, makes your AC +18, and that's pretty good, I think. Alright, let's see, is there anything else here? Nope, nothing else here. Monk 9. Okay, so at Monk 9, there we go. We get unarmored movement improvement. That means that when you're moving, as long as you keep moving, you can move across liquids or up vertical surfaces without falling. Let's see, is that everything? Yes. Okay, so. She's a real monk. Overcome the fear of yourself to overcome the fear of others. Exactly. See, you get it. Alright, so I'm gonna quickly take a look at what options we could get if we went to... if we, like, finished up with, if we finished up with... if we finished up with Artificer over Monk. Just want to see real quick. Now let's see. So if we stop with a monk a little short of what we were going to do, we would... Here's what we would miss out on. And chat, I want you to tell me what you think in terms of overall what would be better for the character. Because again, I've done research, but I am not as intimately familiar with Bridget as some of y'all might be. So, if we go to 11th level of Monk, we get the ability to sharpen the blade, which allows us to spend up to 3 key points to make our Kensei weapons get a +3 bonus to hit and damage rolls for the next minute. That would be the 11th feature there. Also, Kensei Monk martial arts damage would bump from a D6 up to a D8. That's if we go Monk. If we go Artificer, even just one more level in Artificer, we get the ability to give her a Cloak of Protection, which is an even better hoodie, or a hoodie that she wears over her hoodie. And we could also get Headband of Intellect, which would make her score, make her intelligence score 19, meaning that she would have +4 to her Flash of Geniuses. She could use that 4 times, and she could do her, she could do Arcane Jolt 4 times per long rest. What do y'all think would be better, chat? I am genuinely curious. What do you think? The first is in line with Strive's high-ass damage numbers, but the second is closer to her lore. So... do you think the second, then? Or her as a character? Okay, so the second is more in character for her, is what you're saying? Okay, Artificer it is. Also, Seahorse? I'm gonna need you to keep playing, please, bud. Please. Please, Seahorse. Give me the beats. Give me the jams. Give me the funky, fresh notes. There we go. Okay, so let's see. That is Monk 9, and we left off on Artificer 9. It really is. You've got some options in this build, and I always love options. Okay, so... you're jumping back over to Artificer, or Artificer 10. So at Artificer 10, we become Magic Item Adept. That means that you can attune up to 4 magical items to yourself at once, and if you craft a magical item of common or uncommon rarity, it takes you a quarter the time and half as much money. It's more for flavor than anything else, to be honest. Let's see. Okay, yes. Yes. I'm just checking stuff. Okay, yeah. Alright, also, you learn 2 more infusions and can have 1 more active. Maybe you could make a massive handcuff you wear around your waist. Maybe. Maybe. Does she ever actually use that for anything, or is it just like an accessory? Oh, also, you know 1 more cantrip, so there's that, I guess. But let's see. So where was I here? Right. You know 2 more infusions. The ones that I'm suggesting are Cloak of Protection, which gives you a +1 to your AC and all saving throws. That means we are gonna be pretty close to rounding up with an AC of 19. That is an even stronger and more powerful hoodie. And also the Headband of Intellect, which makes it so... which makes it so her intelligence is functionally 19. That means, again, she can use her Arcane Jolt 4 times for each time 2d6 extra force damage, or 2d6 HP regained. You can use Flash of Genius 4 times for a +4 to any ability check or saving throw you or anyone else you see within 30 feet of you makes. That's a very good boost for her. Okay, and finally, I do. It's very symbolic. And finally, for our capstone, Artificer 11 for spell storing item. Okay, so spell storing item. This, I think, is such a fun capstone for this character build. What it does is, whenever you finish a long rest, touch a simple weapon, a martial weapon, an item, and you can store a 1st or 2nd level spell from your Artificer spell list that requires an action to cast. While anyone is holding that object, they can take an action to cast the spell using your spellcasting modifier, and if it's a concentration spell, they're the ones that have to hold concentration on it. So you can use this, you give something to Roger and have him shrink himself down so he can ride on his tiny toy motorcycle. Is that a very silly thing to have for a capstone goal? Absolutely. Is it fun? Yes. Oh, also, I'm so sorry. I forgot a couple more spells. Oh my gosh. I am such ashamed. Let's see. Artificer 5. Here we go. Let's talk about these two real quick. Okay, so at 5th level, we get... Okay, so at 5th level, we get Branding Smite and Warding Bomb. So, Branding Smite, next time you hit a creature with a weapon attack within the next minute, the weapon does an extra 2d6 radiant damage, and if the target is invisible, they are now visible. So, you know, just a fun way you can make your yo-yo even more devastating. Now, this other spell, I think, is going to be very, very good for you and Roger. This would be a great spell to have Roger cast through the spell storing item. That spell is Warding Bonds. So, for a up to an hour, you and Roger have a special bond that whenever you're within 60 feet of you, you get +1 bonuses to your AC and saving throws, so +2, meaning you're now at 20 AC, and resistance to all damage. And each time that you, Bridget, take damage, Roger takes the same amount of damage. So this is gonna allow Roger to really tank some very dangerous potential hits for you. That's really good. Okay, then the other one was at Artificer 9. Okay, so you get... I think this would also make for potentially a really good super, but let me explain. So, Aura of Vitality, you create a radius, 30-foot radius aura around you that is around you and stays centered around you. This is up to a minute-long concentration spell. While you have this aura up, you can, as a bonus action, cause any one creature within the aura, including yourself, to regain 2d6 hit points. You can just keep doing this. You can just keep regaining HP like this. It's a really solid healing spell. The other one, I think, could make for a really nice super. So, you throw a non-magical weapon or a piece of non-magical ammunition, and then a huge cone of identical weapons shoot outwards, and every creature within a 60-foot cone has to succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 3d8 damage on a failed save. So this is more for AoE. In Guilty Gear, you only ever really do one-on-one fights, but obviously D&D doesn't really follow those rules, so if you need to just throw a horrifying hail of yo-yos at someone, use Conjure Barrage. Okay. Oh, dang it, I forgot again. What level was it? Level 11, you get another cantrip, too. Gosh, what could we possibly want? So, spells... known. Honestly, I'm gonna go with, yet another option for a yo-yo, Magic Stone. You touch small rocks, but, I mean, I'm sure your DM would allow these to be, again, yo-yos. You throw or hurl them. If they're thrown, they have a 60-foot range, and you can also give these magic yo-yo rocks to other people. You can't attack and use haste, right? Wrong. You can attack and use haste. Haste gives you an extra action, and one of the options you can use for that extra action is attack. So, let's see, with that, you could get 3 base attacks plus the bonus action attack in a single turn. So these magic yo-yo rocks do bludgeoning damage of 1d6 plus your spellcasting mod, so +4. Yeah, it's just a way that you can create more magic yo-yos. The fun part is you can give other people magic yo-yos too. Okay, so now that we finished out Bridget, let's talk pros and cons. So, pros. You've got range. Like, you are able to completely shut people down at huge ranges. You can hit them from anywhere from, you can hit them up to 60 feet away with magical weapons that, let's see, these would still do... Okay, let's see, if you're using an upcasted magic weapon, I think you could get it up to... Let's see, you could get that up to +2. So +2 from that, +5 from the modifier, +1 from it being a... Oh, no wait, you couldn't do infusion and that, so it would have to be... That would be +6 so far. Let's see... So yeah, +6... 2d6 +6 plus... wait, no. d6 +6 +4... +5, sorry. Plus d4. Or if you want to not use the returning weapon, you could boost that up a little higher. And that's 1 attack, which you can then make 4 of those a turn, and any of those 4 attacks, one of them gets the benefits of the extra 2d6 force damage. Point is, you can lock someone down, and you can deal consistent damage. Because you don't have to worry about any sort of resistances. You've got options for this, and also... Because you have Roger, you have the ability to essentially be 2 characters when you fight. And there's a lot of really fun tactics that you can use here with Roger. As long as you have a bonus action to command him, keeping in mind that Roger can also functionally have a 2nd level or a 1st level spell stored that he can cast for you at will, and if it's concentration, you get to have 2 of those up at the same time. Ain't that fun? So yeah, you've got options there. Okay, as for cons, you're squishy. You have a d8, which, you know, it's not the worst hit die, but you also have no constitution modifier, so it's not looking great in terms of raw HP output. You only get 1 bonus action a turn, and you have to decide, with that bonus action, okay, do I want to make an unarmed attack? Do I want to have Roger make an attack? Do I want to dash, disengage, Do I want to dodge? Do I want... You've got so many options for bonus action, and sadly you do only have the one bonus action each turn that you actually get to do. Let's see. There's that. Let's see, you've got wisdom and dexterity, so... You also have low con saves, which kind of ties in with Squishy. Let's see, beyond that... Exactly! That's one of the reasons why I didn't give her, a Constitution modifier. Let's see... And... You also have a lot of resources to manage, which isn't, strictly speaking, a con, but it is a lot to think about. You have to think, at any given point, how many key points do I have? How many, what are the infusions I have available? How many spell slots? How many arcane jolts? How many flashes of genius? There's so many things that you've got to make sure you're keeping track of. You're gonna need that 19 intelligence just to be able to navigate through all those. But overall, I think this is a really solid character. To be honest, I didn't think that we were going to build a character that would be this solid. And honestly, I actually kind of want to like kind of ignore the whip part altogether and just focus on the ranged part, because there's a lot of really fun stuff in this going on. And I mean, thanks to Artificer and Monk, as long as you're able to balance out those stats, you can do surprisingly well. I think this was a very big success, but what do y'all think? Let me know your thoughts in the chat while I set up the vote for the next person that I'll be building. And real quick, while I am setting up the vote for the next one, to celebrate, I'm also going to play a little something special. If you haven't heard, even Bridgie's new theme song is very, very trans. So I'm gonna play that while I set up the vote. I've been wanting to build a Monk Artificer combo for a while, and I did not realize it was going to be this well put together. I'm actually really pleased with that. Okay, let's bring up the character options. You keep calling it the trans or upbeat soul bad guy. Maybe it is. Who knows? I mean, these fighting game builds turned out to be really fun, so I might end up making more of them in the future. Who knows? Okay, so the whole game is everyone trying to find out who the hell they are. Aww. I'm glad for them then. Alright, so chat, here is the options for our next build. We got 5 minutes, please make sure you vote for them. Our options are Rosalina, the Amazonian Queen of the Lumas, and interstellar hashtag girlboss. Gordon Freeman, the mute physicist slash hero of humanity. Mimikyu, the Pokemon. The one that looks like Pikachu, but don't call it a Pikachu. Yamato, the shape-shifting, ice-controlling, transgender Oni warlord from One Piece. And Megumin from Konosuba, the explosion one. Oh, a hug? Sure, Natty. And anyone who votes in this, you are also able to vote more with bits, or with just 50 channel points can get you an extra vote as well. Also, anyone who votes and shows me the receipt, anyone who votes also gets an additional hug. So I see 2 votes so far. I'm gonna assume... Alright, so far, going through the first lap, Gordon Freeman and Megumin are running neck and neck. Also, I love the mental image of Gordon Freeman and Megumin in a foot race. I don't know why, I just think that would be hilarious. Taking a little break to do a little sippy. Alright, but remember, if it's a tie game, then I still don't know who to do next, so you gotta make sure. If you voted for one of those, make sure that they win. Oh, and now Rosalina has also entered the race. It is 1 and 1 and 1. But who will be the one who won? Who wons? That's nothing. Let me give you all a hug, Rosaru, then. Oh, we're entering the back half, and so far, our foot race is still a dead heat. It could be any of these characters' games. You can't use channel points on phone? Oh no! Is there anyone else in chat who can vote? If you're just lurking around in chat, please make sure you vote. If you're a lurker, you don't have to comment. I promise. I will not be, I will not try to needle you to talk or anything. You don't have to comment. But if you can vote right now, that would be very, very super duper useful. If it's a tie, it is going to be a recount, don't worry. But hopefully it won't be a tie. Oh man, we're so close! Any of those characters just needs 1 vote, and they could very well take the cake here. Stretch, stretch. Are there any charitable lurkers out there in chat who can give us another vote? Oh, we're running so close to the end. Come on, come on. Someone's gotta win. Otherwise, I gotta start another poll. I'm only allowed to pick the first thing that I do on these. I'm not allowed to pick the others, so I need your help to choose. Oh no! It's coming down to the wire! Come on, I know I've got more than 3 people watching right now, even if you're just lurking. Please give me a vote. We're so close to the end. I don't know who's gonna win. Oh no, it's a runoff. Alright. Well, time for the runoff poll. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that I had not actually set it to enable additional votes. That's probably what the problem was. I am so sorry. Well, I'll still keep it with those. It's reduced count now. It is only 3 minutes. Alright, there it is. The next vote is up. You lured me in with the now canonical trans character. Yes! Well, our next option for characters, the poll is up! The polls are up! The polls are up, everyone! Do you want Rosalina, Queen of the Luma in the Stars? Do you want Gordon Freeman, the mute physicist and master of physics puzzles, I guess? Or do you want Megumin, the explosion girl? Oh, it looks like Gordon Freeman is starting to pull ahead. Oh, but Rosalina's keeping a close match, and it's now pulled ahead as well. These are two very tall people that are competing. If it comes down to something neck or neck, it could be anyone, because they both have very long necks. Megumin seems to have taken a cat nap in the starting gate, and you know what? She's probably tired out. I bet she used her one spell slot of explosion, so she needs to rest. That's totally understandable and acceptable. Alright, it looks like Rosalina is massively pulling ahead, 69 to 36. This is a surprisingly intense bidding war going on now. She has reached triple digits. Gordon is falling behind. There's still time, though. There's still a lot of time left in the poll. Probably too much time, if I'm being honest. I don't know how they vote. Oh my gosh! Rosalina has broken 200. Someone gave Megumin a single pity vote. Also, hey Vine, how's it going? I don't know who gave Megumin the pity vote, but thank you. That was funny. Oh, Gordon has reached the 3 digits as well, but Rosalina is well and truly ahead at this point. It would be a tough match for Gordon to make up the 152 vote deficit at this point. Voted for Rosalina because comfort character? You are absolutely valid, and you should feel valid, okay? I hope you feel valid, because you are. Okay? Okay. Alright, I'm gonna start by bringing up the Mario wiki. Get some references for Rosalina. Alright. Thank you, Rosaru, for the 1,300 points to clinch Rosalina as our next vote. Or, not next vote, our next build. Alright. Let's make a copy of this real quick. Rosalina. Oh, I'm sorry, Rosawu. If you stick around, though, you'll be able to get them back before long at all. They'll just fly by. Alright, so let me start by putting her picture up. Ah, that's a lovely picture. No, that's a joke. You got 10k left. Who are you bidding against? Beats me. I don't know. Someone who is very dedicated to Gordon Freeman. Not to be confused with his brother, John Freeman. Alright, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay. Alright, so let's start by figuring out what our goals are for this build. Let's see. Powers and abilities. Okay, so she's got some pretty powerful abilities, but she also has the magical amplifier of the whole Comet Observatory powering her up, so I feel like that's a little cheaty, you know? Okay. Okay, so we need to have star power. We need to be filled with various forms of space magic. We also need to be, we need to be able to surround ourselves with our little Luma friends. You know, the little space star fairy thingies. Let's see. What else? Those are honestly kind of the main ones. Honestly, those are... I can't think of a third goal for her, actually. Oh wait, I know. In most of the things I've seen, she does not walk. Like ever. She floats, she teleports, she flies. She does not really walk. That's not her thing. So we're gonna try and make sure she has options to, you know, just avoid ever having to walk. Okay. So let's start with our stats. We're gonna focus on... I think we're gonna focus Wisdom. Because while she is very... Well, she has a lot of charm and intelligence, she is primarily a very, like, quiet, calm, wise individual, personality-wise. Let's see, from there... From there, let's do intelligence. As this interstellar traveler, she has to know quite a lot about magic and the nature of space and the universe to know where to go and what to do and all that. Let's put dexterity next. Not as high as it could be, but, again, while she is floaty and light on her feet, that's because she usually doesn't walk anywhere at all. From there, let's do Constitution. She had to be able to take care of herself fairly well since, you know, her mom died and all that. And she is also a mother herself. She's not bad at charisma, but, you know, living on a space station with only your space fairy friends is not the best way to develop good social skills. And we are gonna dump strength, because if she needs to lift something, she has magic for that. Okay. That's our next thing that we need to figure out. What exactly are we gonna use for race for her? Now, according to the Mario wiki, she is a human. She is a very tall and very magic human, but according to the wiki, she is human. Does that sound accurate? She doesn't really have pointy ears, or particularly, like, nature-y associations outside of space. Azamar? Hmm. Hmm. You know what? I'm going to say that while she might have started off as human, I think living as long as she did in a magical space observatory probably changed her on a very basic level. So I am actually going to go with Air Ganassi. So we get +2 and +1 for stats, or 3 +1s. Let's see. And what are the saving throws that she'll get with this one? Again. Okay. Yeah, let's do... Dexterity, Constitution, and Wisdom all get a +1. Okay. She is also already lighter on her feet because as an air genasi, she has a 35-foot movement speed. Also, she has dark vision because when you first encounter her, the space station doesn't have power, which means presumably there's not really much in the way of protective environmental control, and certainly not anything in the way of lights, so she's able to see in the dark. She also has... unending breath, which means that as long as she's not incapacitated, she can hold her breath indefinitely. So this is how she survives when she needs to go in space without any life support. She just holds her breath. It also gives her lightning resistance, take half damage against lightning, and also you have the ability to Mingle with Wind. That means that you know the Shocking Grasp cantrip deals a d8 of lightning damage to someone that you touch, and they can't take a reaction until the start of their next turn. At 3rd level, you will... Well, you know what? I'll get to the other things when we get to them. And we're going to be using Wisdom for those spell casting mods. Okay, got all that taken care of. Excuse me. So, background. Let's see, what can we get from the starting class, first off? What other abilities does she have here, outside of just magical stuff? Okay, well, we'll be able to get Nature and Arcana later on, so let's get... You know what? Let's actually get Athletics. It may seem odd, but keep in mind that well, for one, I want to balance out her low strength, but also keep in mind that she regularly does things like goes to the Olympics, plays tennis, plays soccer, so she's not unathletic. And then let's also get Survival Proficiency, so she can survive in the cold, merciless vacuum of space, and all that entails. Okay, so, level 1. She is someone who is working with the powers of the natural world, and for that we are going to be working with Druid. So, right, first off, we get 2 more proficiencies. I'm going to pick Arcana because there's no real... Well, because she does do magic, and she knows about magic, but on top of that... She uses her flying for most of that. Well, yeah, but she can't use her flying to do things like swing a tennis racket or play in the Olympics. I don't think they allow her to cheat at the Olympics. I mean, a lot of people can cheat at the Olympics, let's be clear, but you know what I mean. Okay, so Arcana, because she both knows about magic, and that's the closest thing to a technology skill, and as a child, she helped Illuma build a functional spaceship, and that's frickin' wild. And the other one, because she knows so much about space, and space is another form of nature, so let's get that as well. So as a druid, you know Druidic, which is a secret language that only other druids can understand. That's literally it. You can speak it or leave messages hidden with it. People can notice it, but without magic, they cannot understand it. Also, spell casting. Druids are one of those classes that get to prepare their spells every day, so you're not really gonna deal too much with spells known except your cantrips. Of which you get, I believe, 2 to start off, right? Yes, okay, let's take a look at what our options are here. I mean, you're not wrong, Rosawil. You're not wrong. Alright, so we already have... we already have, Shocking Grasp from, Air Genasi. I think that is probably one of the better options for a simple little melee poke. Beyond that, though... if you want an alternative way that you can throw a little, you know, throw some star bits, like you've got your Wiimote pointed at the screen, you're pulling the trigger, let's call that another application of Magic Stone. Creates little star bits that you can throw at someone to do 1d6 plus your Wisdom mod and damage. And then one more. Let's start off with making you all floaty and stuff with Gust. That allows you to, if, to target a medium or smaller creature, force a strength save on them, or they're pushed 5 feet away from you. You can move objects that are not held or carried, no more than 5 pounds, push them 10 feet away from you. You can make harmless little wind special effects. Presumably you could also use Gust to create breathable air in the cold, merciless vacuum of space, but that's more conjecture than anything else. Ah, ah. Hey Odin, how's it going? Alright, so... then you also have... Oh, also... You get, Featherfall. Again, as an Air Genasi. So, Featherfall lets you pick, up to 5 creatures of your choice within 60 feet of you, and they, for up to a minute, will take no falling damage. So, that's pretty useful if you're floating and suddenly stop floating. Or for, you know, platforming and stuff, because that's something that happens in Mario a lot. Alright, so let's also look at suggested spells for level 1. Mouse? Oh, there you are, Mouse. Well, I'm sorry to hear you're bored, but hopefully we can help with that a bit. Let's see, I would personally suggest, Cure Wounds. Because when you're a single mother of a countless number of small star fairies, it helps to be able to patch up, you know, if they get themselves hurt. I'm also going to suggest Jump to make it so, well, we can't quite levitate yet. Jump at least helps us get more floaty by tripling our jump distance. Let's see, what else? Let's get... Let's get... Fairy Fire. She does a lot of sparkle and star-based magic. That feels like a good fit. Fairy Fire lets you create a 20-foot cube in which anything that fails a dexterity saving throw is outlined in bright light that anyone can see, and anyone that makes an attack against such an affected creature has advantage to hit, and they can't benefit from being invisible. Can you die from jumping too high in D&D? Yes. Yes. Any height that you can jump, I think... So, if you fall 10 feet, you take a d6 of bludgeoning damage for every 10-foot interval you fall, right? I would say that... once you run out of jumping distance from, like, your movement, you would have to start being worried about taking damage from your fall. Let's see what else. And let's also suggest... Let's also suggest Thunderwave. So that does 15-foot AoE attack around you. Everyone within that has to make a con save or get pushed 10 feet away from you and take 2d8 thunder damage. Alright, and that's it for Druid 1. Going on from there. Druid 2. Druids are fun because they're one of those classes that get their subclass at 2nd level instead of 1st level, or instead of 3rd level, I mean. There we go. Okay, so, at this level, you get Wild Shape, which would let you turn into would let you turn into animals. Just don't worry about it. It's not in character, and we'll have another better use that is in character for that Wild Shape feature in just a second. That is because we pick our Druid Circle, and fittingly for a space-based character, we are going with the Circle of Stars. So, this gives us a star map that is a tiny magical object you have, and while you have it, you gain the Guidance cantrip. You have the Guiding Bolt spell prepared, and it counts as a druid spell for you. You can cast Guiding Bolt also without spending a spell slot, a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus per long rest. A Guiding Bolt is also a really, really, really good first level spell. You make a ranged spell attack on someone. On a hit, they take 4d6 radiant damage, and the next attack roll made against them before the end of your next turn has advantage. It is a fantastic ability and a fantastic spell that you can now add to your arsenal. Also, like I said, you get a much better use of your Wild Shape charges than actual Wild Shape with Starry Form. So, Starry Form, as a bonus action, spend a use of Wild Shape, and your body becomes luminous, shedding bright light 10 feet around from you, and taking on one of 3 distinct powers. You could pick, when you use Starry Form, to turn into the Archer constellation. When you activate that form, and as a bonus action on subsequent turns, you can make a ranged spell attack, shooting this little blast of star power that deals a d8 plus wisdom modifier radiant damage on your hit. You could also do the Chalice constellation. When you're in that form, whenever you cast a spell with a spell slot that restores hit points to a creature, you or another creature within 30 feet of you also regains hit points equal to d8 plus your wisdom modifier. So you could use this to doubly heal someone, you could use it to heal someone and someone else, you could use it to heal someone and yourself, to double heal yourself. You get the picture. Or you could also pick the Dragon constellation. When you have that one up, you can make intelligence or wisdom checks or constitution saving throws to hold concentration on a spell. Whenever you make one of those 3 types of rolls, you can treat a 9 or lower as a 10 instead, so you cannot critically fail those anymore. And since concentration saving throws are just, you have to roll a 10 or higher, you're basically guaranteed to never lose concentration in that form. You can take any of those forms, and it lasts for 10 minutes, and you can end it early if you want, with no action if you're incapacitated die, or if you use the feature again. Okay, so Druid 3, we get 2nd level. It sounds I assume OP as hell? It's pretty good. Also, keep in mind since the Archer constellation's attack is a bonus action, you can still like do normal attack, bonus action, Archer blast, or you could even do Guiding Bolt as your attack and then make your Archer blast with advantage. Oh, overdosed. Okay. I don't know the context of that, but I accept it. So, at Druid 3, you get access to second level spells. Let's get those up. Alright, let's see. Second level spells. Like, it's normally used as overpowered when this context... Ah, I see, I see. It is very good. Okay, suggested spells. It's not... It would have to be reflavored, obviously, but Bark Skin. That makes it so your AC, or the AC of anyone you touch for up to an hour, can't be lower than 16, regardless of what type of armor you're wearing. So since you don't really ever wear armor, it feels like that might be a pretty good thing to have. I would also suggest Moonbeam, another very space, astral, starry kind of power. Moonbeam lets you call down a orbital strike of a moon laser that 5-foot radius, 40-foot high laser blast that deals 2d10 radiant damage to anyone within the targeted space that fails a con save, half as much on success. Shape changers, funnily enough, also make this save with disadvantage. And you can use actions after you cast Moonbeam to change where you're aiming your orbital laser satellite. So that's just a fun extra thing you could do. I mean, I can't argue with that. That's very valid. Let's see. I would also say maybe... Maybe we get our first Helper Luma with a Healing Spirit. So Healing Spirit creates a fun little magic Luma that whenever someone is in the same space as the Luma, you can allow the Luma to heal them 1d6 hit points. It can do that a total of 1 plus your wisdom modifier times, so that would be 4 times total at this point. And you can also move the Luma up to 30 feet around as a bonus action to have them heal someone else. Yeah, I think that's a good start. Like her own Death Star. Kind of, yeah. So Druid 4, we get our ASI. We're gonna focus on Wisdom first. Okay, so we get to learn one more cantrip at this level as well. Let's see, what other spells do we want? That could be fun. Alright. So, oh, although we already do have a better option, I think, so maybe I won't do that. So you already have guidance, thanks to your star map, so let's do... Let's give you a fire flower, so you can produce flame. This lets you make a flame that you can either just hold in your hand for light, which you don't need, or you can fling it to do a d8 fire damage. Yeah. And, oh, there's also wild shape improvement at this level, but it doesn't apply to the Circle of Stars, so we're just gonna ignore that. No, come on. Oh, nope. Oh. Okay, well, so, Druid 5, all of your cantrips get a little stronger. Each cantrip has different rules for that, so just make sure to check whichever one it is for you. As an Air Genasi, you can now, at 5th level, add the 2nd level spell of Levitation to your list. Or Levitate, rather. You can pick yourself, or one other creature, or one loose object within 60 feet of you, and they rise up to your choice of height up to 20 feet, being held in that position for up to 10 minutes. You can use this to really easily just completely shut someone's movement down, since while they're levitating, unless they have the ability to control the wind or push off something, they cannot move at all. Now, this is how I would run it, but since Levitate functionally makes you weightless up to 20 feet, as a GM, I would personally make it so that if you used your Gust spell, you could push yourself around while you're levitated. I mean, it would only be like 5 feet at a time, so it's not a huge deal. I would allow it. I think some other DMs might allow it too. Don't necessarily bet on it, but that's a potential option. You can cast Levitate like Featherfall once per long rest without any spell slot or using your spell slots as normal. Okay, now, in addition... Oh, sorry. Nope. Go back up, please. Suggested spells. Let's see what spells we might want at 3rd level. Let's see. Well, I think this space station has to be thought of as its own magical object, because otherwise she would have to cast daylight pretty much constantly, and that doesn't seem very practical. So I think we're probably gonna wait on that. I don't think she does anything with lightning in terms of literal storm lightning, right? One of the ones I'll definitely suggest, though, is Summon Fae. So, you call forth another little Luma. It is a small Fae. The stat block you can find for it in Tasha's Cauldron, or if you just look online. It's a fun little thing that will do whatever you want on a bonus action. You spend a bonus action, you can do that. You choose one of three types, either a fuming, mirthful, or tricksy Luma, and each one has a different effect when it uses its ability to magically teleport up to 30 feet as a bonus action. A fuming Luma gets advantage on its next attack roll after it uses its teleport. A mirthful one can force a creature within 10 feet of it to make a wisdom save or become charmed by you and the Luma. And a tricksy one fills the 5-foot cube within 5 feet of it of its teleportation location with magical darkness, which lasts until the end of its next turn. Alright, and I think that's the only one that I really want to recommend specifically. I guess I could also say maybe... I could also say maybe, Revivify. That allows you to, bring a creature that has died within the last minute back to life with 1 HP. I don't know how long it takes Mario after he dies in Mario Galaxy to return to the space station. It seems to be pretty quick with the load times, so I'm assuming that you probably would be able to use that there. You're falling asleep, so I'll see you later. Alright, thanks so much for hanging out, Rosaru. You were a ton of help building Bridget, and I hope you have a lovely sleep with very sweet dreams. See you around. Alright, let's see. Carrying on from there, then. So, Druid 6, we get some more special features from being a part of the Circle of Stars. Namely, we get Cosmic Omens. So, Cosmic Omen, whenever you finish a long rest, you can consult your star map for omens and roll a die. It is, oh, actually, it doesn't look like it matters what size of die you roll. If it is even, then the Cosmic Omen says wheel, which means you can, whenever a creature you see within 30 feet of you is about to make an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, you can use your reaction to give them an extra d6 to add on top of it. If it's woe, then the creature you see within 30 feet of you making attack roll, a saving throw, or ability check subtracts the d6 from it instead. And you can use that reaction a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, which at this point is 3, and you regain all expended uses on a long rest. So this is basically just... we gave a druid bardic inspiration, you won't believe what happens next. And honestly, I'm here for it. Okay, so that was Druid 6. Anything else? Nope. Okay. Druid 7. Believe... yes. All we get here is access to 4th level slots. So... suggested spells. Excellent. Okay. Let's see what we can do with that. I'm just gonna quickly check. Let's see. Okay. The only spell I particularly want to suggest here is Conjure Woodland Beings. So, what this does is you can summon fey creatures that will appear in unoccupied spaces of your choice within 60 feet. You can get one fey creature of challenge rating 2 or lower, 2 of challenge rating 1 or lower, 4 of challenge rating 1/2 or lower, and 8 of challenge rating 1/4 or lower. Looking at the fey creatures that fall into those categories, I would say that Lumas, you could probably pretty well, like, translate to pixies. Pixies are 1/4 challenge rating, so that means you can summon 8 little Luma to help you out. Also, while it says that the DM will have the creature's statistics, please, for the love of God, make sure you bring them yourself as well, otherwise it is so miserable for DMs. Actually, you know what? There is another spell that I would want to suggest. Divination. So, a divination, you contact some sort of higher power, and you can ask a single question about a specific goal, event, or activity within 7 days. That would occur within 7 days. And the DM will offer a truthful reply. It might be a short phrase, cryptic rhyme, omen, but it's truthful. I would say you might consider using this to ask, like, within a week, is Mario's colored text special one going to be in this star system? It will take a while, but it will help you eventually narrow it down to where Peach actually is going to be. Okay, I think that, oh, you know what, actually, one more that I'll suggest. Freedom of movement. That makes it so you can ignore all forms of difficult terrain, other spells or magic effects that would reduce your speed or make you paralyzed or restrained can't affect you, and you can also spend 5 feet of movement to escape from restraints, non-magical restraints, or a creature that's grappling you. So, you're floating, you're flying. It would make sense that you're, you know, able to just ignore the things that would try and slow you down. So, you know, do that. Alright, let's see. Okay, so... Get another ASI at Druid 8. And yeah, let's cap out our wisdom. Oh. Excuse me. Excuse me. There we go. Hey Hazel, how's it going? I feel like I'm winning, you know? I feel like I'm winning, so I'm doing okay. Yeah, let's see, is there anything else Druid gets at this later level? There's another wild shape improvement, but again, we're Circle of Starsing it, so wild shape doesn't mean anything to us. Okay. It's going, trying to stay awake while you wait for D&D to start? Ooh. What do you play in D&D? What's it like? What's your group like? What's the campaign like? I'm curious. Okay, so at Druid 9 we get access to 5th level spells. Okay, let's see. It's Curse of Straw, and you're playing... Right! I remember them now. That sounds like it's gonna be fun. I hope you have a great time with it. Okay, I'm gonna say... For 5th level suggested spells, let's get... Conjure Elemental, because you know what? You might need to have some heavier duty Lumas around. And Conjure Elemental will let you pick any variety of elemental rating a CR 5 or lower. So if you don't want to use them as Fae, let's see, what could we potentially do instead? It could potentially be something like a method, if you want to have a meaner Luma. Could also just straight up be, I think, like, maybe a fire elemental if you want a really big Luma. I'm a big fan of the Chwingas, which you can find in Frost Maiden, in Tomb of Annihilation, and what was that other one? Candlekeep Mysteries. They're fun little guys that have evasion, don't require any sustenance, can cast a couple of useful abilities and can give people magical charms to help them out. It's just a fun little guy. It's just a fun little guy. And if you do summon something with Conjure Elemental, you can then make it a little more permanent with Planner Binding, which allows you to make sure, which allows you to make a force someone to make a charisma save, a summoned celestial, elemental, fey, or fiend. And if they fail, they're bound to serve you for up to 24 hours. And you can upcast that to, at the highest upcast level, a year and a day of service. They also have to follow the letter of your instructions, and assuming you're not mean to your Lumas, they're probably totally willing to do stuff for you. But keep in mind, they only have to follow the letter of your instructions, not the spirit, so please make sure that you're very clear, and also very kind, because the Lumas are not bad. They deserve kindness. You can do a thing? Ooh, what can you do? Alright, let's see. That was Druid 9. There we go. Hey! Aw. Congrats, Hazel. I'm happy to have you here. Let me jump on over to Stream Manager. Arise, good lady Hazel Dust. How to collect another 55,000 for D&D. Oh, well, I'm flattered. Okay, so... scroll down. There we go. Druid 10. Oh, you're... Oh my gosh, you're standing very tall. You're like, that's a solid 8 feet tall you're suddenly standing. That's impressive. So, at Druid level 10, your starry form gets more powerful with twinkling constellations. Oh, constellations. There you go. So, at level 10, the D8 of the Archer in the Chalice's special effects become 2d8, and while you have the Dragon constellation active, you get a flying speed of 20 feet and can hover. Also, at the start of each of your turns, while you have Starry Form activated, which again, 10 minutes that you get to decide when it goes off, you can change which constellation is in effect. So now, you have a permanent flight speed that, well, a functionally permanent flight speed that you can set up on yourself that will just allow you to not have to walk like a commoner. I think that's pretty good. Alright, so... Druid 11, where you are looking at 6th level spell slots. Is there anything that we want here? Yes. Yes, there is. So what's in store for lightning of the summer sky? What's in store for them tonight? And also, who's in Lightning's party? I'm curious. Okay, so personally, I think that Luma are better represented by Fae than Elementals, and now with Conjure Fae, you can summon a Fae creature of challenge rating 6 or lower. Or you can make it take the form of a beast, but just let it be a Fae creature. Use Conjure Fae, then use Planner Binding to keep them around after the hour of Conjure Fae is up. And now, this is only a creature of challenge rating 6 or lower, so I would still probably focus on using Conjure Woodland Beings to bring them over first. That one takes an hour. If you then do Planner Binding, since it doesn't actually have a specific length of time set, let's see, at this level, that means if you look at your spell slots, you would need a 5th level and a 4th level. So let's see. 4th level and 5th level. Okay, so it would take a while, but you would be able to start amassing a small army of Luma that would be sticking around to hang out with you. Again, please make sure you bring the stats for this, because the more characters that you control, the more likely you're going to make your DM cry. And, you know, just don't be too mean with it if you can avoid it. Let's see, are there any other 6th level spells I would suggest? Oh, also, another one that I would suggest maybe is scrying. That way you can have Mario describe just what Peach is like, and you can then use scrying to try to see, as long as she's on the same plane of existence, which she would be in Mario Galaxy, you can use it to see what is going on within 10 feet of her, and presumably, again, get clues to where Mario's special wand is. Okay. In addition to this, since you probably want a flying speed that won't inherently require the 10-minute burst of starry form energy, I would also suggest Investiture of Wind. So, Investiture of Wind is also a 10-minute concentration effect. You gain several effects. Ranged weapon attacks made against you have disadvantage because magical winds are whirling around you. You get a flying speed of 60 feet. And you can use your action to create a 15-foot cube of swirling wind, and each creature in that area has to make a con save or take 2d10 bludgeoning damage. And if a large or smaller creature fails it, you can also push them 10 feet away in a direction you choose. Okay, so Druid 12. Let's see. I'm actually, I think, going to do a feat here. Let's get the Resilient feat for Constitution. So we get +1 Constitution and proficiency in Constitution saves. Celeste! Is there anything else at Druid 12? Oh, I forgot at Druid 10, we get another cantrip. Spells. Hmm. I mean, since you already have guidance, I guess we can suggest resistance, which lets you add a d4 to the next saving throw the target has to make. Okay, Druid 13. We're up to 7th level spells. Let's see. Okay, well. I've got to suggest here reverse gravity. That seems like a very space-traveling, space witch kind of power. Reverse gravity reverses, well, it reverses gravity within a 50-foot radius, 100-foot high cylinder centered on a point within 100 feet from you. Anything that isn't somehow anchored immediately starts falling upward until something stops it, or it runs out of space. They can try and make a dex save to grab onto something fixed, like a fixed object, if they can reach to avoid falling. If they hit a solid object, they take damage as if they were falling, so a d6 for every 10 feet. That means potentially 10d6 of damage off of that spell. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Also, hey Nina, how's it going? Doing good? I'm glad to hear that. So, Druid 14. So at Druid 14, we are full of stars. So that means when we are in starry form, we get resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. Just a fun little bonus for you. Druid 15. Okay, we have access to 8th level spells now. Let's see, is there anything we want? I mean, if you want to harness the full power of the orbital planetary, or not the orbital planetary, the orbital space station, then I think the best we can do for that is Sunburst. You channel all of the power of that miniature sun into a 60-foot radius blast in a point 150 feet, within 150 feet. Every creature in that blast has to make a con save. On a failure, they take 12d6 radiant damage and are blinded for a minute. Also, undead and oozes have disadvantage on this saving throw, so if you're fighting Dry Bowser, that makes him significantly weaker than Wet Bowser. Let's see, Druid 16. Gosh, we kind of have the main stat that we're worried about here taken care of, and we never have to fail concentration saves. We could probably still invest more in it, though. So I think that's probably what we'll be doing at Druid 16 here. You're doing good? I'm glad to hear that. What have you been up to today? Yeah. Also, since you are fairly squishy, it's probably a good idea to give you, you know, just a little more bulk. Not that you'll really need it that much, but still. In this case, at this point, you might have noticed that we're probably not going to be multi-classing in this build. Mainly because we don't need to. Alright, so at 17th level, we get access to 9th level spell slots. Honestly, the only one that I particularly care about here is Foresight, which makes it so for the next 8 hours, you, or technically anyone you touch, gets, anyone who's affected by Foresight for 8 hours can't be surprised, has advantage on all attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws, and any creature that they target with an attack roll, anyone that tries to hit you with an attack roll has disadvantage. There we go. And that's honestly the only 9th level spell I care about for this build, so yeah. Yeah. Druid 18? I think Druid 18 is also a little bit of an empty level for you. Oh wait, no, never mind, sorry. Totally misremembered that. So at a level 18... you get Timeless Body, which is really more of a flavor ability than anything. It basically means that you age at 1/10 the normal rate of someone. And also, you get Beast spells, which means that while you're in wild shape, you can still cast spells with somatic and verbal components. Not material components, but you're never doing that because you don't turn in... I mean, I guess if you wanted to turn into a cat, since cat suit is a power-up in one of the games, you could do that, but you really aren't going to, so don't bother with it. It's fine. Yeah. Okay, Druid 19. Honestly, not too much else we really need here. I don't... We could get another boost to our constitution, and that wouldn't be bad, but we don't really need it. So I'm just gonna go for something purely for flavor and get the telekinetic feat. So the telekinetic... Sorry? The telekinetic feat gives you the Mage Hand cantrip, which you can cast without verbal or somatic components, and you can make the hand invisible. You boost your Int, Wisdom, or Charisma by 1, and as a bonus action, you can try to telekinetically shove a creature within 30 feet of you. They have to make a strength save against your spell casting, against your proficiency bonus and ability modifier, sorry. Or they get moved 5 feet towards or away from you. So let's see. It doesn't really matter that much, so I guess we'll have it boost intelligence. That way, at least it's a +2 for a total of +8 modifier rather than charisma, which would be a plus nothing. But this way, if you have someone trapped in a levitation, you can just use this to kind of push them along bit by bit to wherever you want them. And finally, Druid 20. We get one of the most powerful capstones of any class in the game with Archdruid. So normally, a druid can only wild shape twice per long rest. When you hit 20th level, you can wild shape an endless amount of times. And you can also ignore verbal and somatic components to spell, and non-material components for spells. But the main focus, unlimited wild shape. That means you always have a flight speed, a hover speed, the ability to never fail concentration checks, to get bonuses to intelligence and wisdom checks, to heal more and heal better, to shoot for this little star laser beam for free. It's an insanely good ability. But how good is it when we weigh the pros and cons? So pros... Gays love a found family trope, and let me tell you, you're able to make quite a family for yourself. If you... let me make sure. If you upcast... where is it? If you upcast Conjure Woodland Beings... Yeah, if you upcast Conjure Woodland Beings at the highest level, you can get 24 Luma that will all be there to help you out. And with Planar Binding, you can gradually make that group of Luma permanent friends. You also... You're extremely versatile. Does the group need a healer? You're a healer. Does it need a area control specialist? You can do that. Does it need damage? You can do that. Does it need a tank? You can do that. The point is, you can fill pretty much any role that the party needs. Let's see, on top of that... I don't know a better way to explain this other than... You can do zero-G shenanigans. Like, there's a lot of fun things that you can do with forced movement, especially if it's forced movement within 3 dimensions, and you have full access to that. For cons, you've got no social skills, and no charisma modifier, so if you have to talk with people, you're not going to be very good at it. You're probably going to have to rely on just being a very attractive person, which, if you're playing Rosalina, probably not going to be a problem, but still. You have... Low strength means that you can be pushed around in zero-G just as much as you can push other people around. You also, if you don't have freedom of movement prepared, you could easily be grappled and locked down and grounded from that. Also, concentration spells. You can only have one of those up at a time. You have a lot of them, a lot of good ones. You're gonna have to pick and choose. However, you know that I had to really stretch to come up with weaknesses for this build, because that Constitution saves is like what I use when I have no idea what to say to make a build sound bad. This is a very good build. 20th level Druid is insanely powerful no matter what subclass you pick, and you picked one of the most fun ones in my opinion, so I think you're gonna do just fine out there in the great big black yonder. Alright, so with that, it's time for another poll, folks. I'm gonna be putting this one up for 5 minutes, and it's going to be once again for who's next. Please make sure to vote. You can use additional bits or channel points to vote more as well, so please feel free to do that. Bring my list up again. Okay, so, you ready, chat? Because here is the next poll. Who are we building next? Your options are Gordon Freeman, the mute physicist and savior of humanity, Megumin, the explosion-loving wizard from Konosuba, Pikachu from Pokemon, you know, the little electric little electric mouse guy, Yamato, the ice-controlling, wolf shape-shifting, giant Oni warlord from One Piece, or Mimikyu, Pikachu's dark shadow. So please make sure to vote, chat. You're welcome to vote more than once as well, so please feel free to do so. I'm gonna take a short break to stretch my legs and check on everything around the house, and I will be RP. Well, it looks like Megumin's off to a lead. Oh, Mimikyu's already caught up though. This could be a tight race. All right, I'll be right back though. Alright, and I am back. Alright. Looks like we have a decent race so far. Megumin is off to a lead with 7 points. Mimikyu, not that far behind with 4, though. Oh, I say that as Megumin jumps a little further ahead. This could be anyone's game, though. We're still only about halfway through the 5-minute poll. Plenty of time. Remember, it is just 5 channel points, or 50 channel points? I think it's 5. It should only be 5 channel points if you want to help sway the vote one way or the other. Or the other, since there are 3 other options as well. Oh, I just heard Epitome come home. I'll BRB. I gotta go hug them. Okay, and I'm back. Alright, Megumin with a solid lead, 10-4. We're running into the back half. It still could be someone else's game, but they would really have to vote for it at this point. Oh, someone has pity voted Pikachu.
I would pity vote Pikachu.
Well, you'd have to jump in chat.
Just a heads up, it's like 70 yeah, finally.
Oh, that's nice.
And... yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I didn't realize he was there.
Yeah.
Put him on the list.
I need to review how those work, to be honest.
That's fine. I didn't mean tonight.
Okay, and it looks like as we go into the final few seconds, it is going to be Megumin. Okay, so let's talk through this a little bit, because this is going to be a very challenging character. So we need to make a character. Hold on, but before I do that, let's make the file first. Okay, so We are trying to make a character who has one spell, or at least one spell effect that she is very, 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 very good at. But everything else, she cannot do anything else. She is incredibly limited in terms of her abilities. That is what we're trying to... This is going to be an interesting challenge because the challenge isn't going to be, okay, how can we make a character strong enough? It's, how can we make a character weak enough? Because we're purposely hindering and limiting what a D&D build would normally be able to do. And I'm not totally sure how we're going to do that yet, but hey, that's the whole appeal of this show, right? You're coming here to see me try and figure this stuff out live. No. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, so let's talk about our goals for the build. We want to explode things good. Her one spell is explosion. That's it. She only has explosion. So we're going to try and do that as best as we can. That's it. If we explode things good, we have successfully done it. But the important thing is we can only explode things good. We cannot do anything else. Okay. Okay. This is gonna be a long... This is gonna be simultaneously a long build and a weirdly short build. Okay, I am going to... Well, you know, she's a wizard, right? So let's do intelligence first. And you know, she's actually pretty theatrical, and she's got a nice flair for the dramatic, so I'm gonna actually do charisma after that. After that, I guess dexterity. She's not actually that wise. We're already giving her more power than she deserves, really. Constitution is going to be low because she's very, very squishy, and strength are dumped because she is bad at being strong. You know, she certainly looks human. However, since this is an isekai world, just to be safe, I'm going to go with a custom lineage. So that gives us a +2 or 2 +1s to a stat. I'm actually, you know what, I'm actually going to have this be a charisma +2. She really is very theatrical, very charismatic, and I feel like it would be good to reflect that. We get proficiency with one skill. Let's go with Arcana, I guess, because she knows about magic. She knows about magic enough to think that only one spell could possibly matter, and focus solely on that. And then we also get a feat. There's a couple of options, honestly. I think, though... in order to get the most out of it, we should focus on a single kind of element to embody the explosion. And I think if we're talking explosive damage, we're probably talking fire. So let's go with Elemental Adept for fire. So what that means is whenever she rolls... whenever she casts a spell that deals fire damage, she ignores resistance to it. And when she rolls damage for it and rolls... any time she rolls a 1 on a damage die for a fire spell, she can treat it as a 2 instead. Let's see. For background... let's go with... Let's go with performance to lean into the whole Chunibyo kind of theatrics. And let's also get intimidation, because once you see someone who explodes things that easily, I have to imagine it would be scary. Alright, now... we will get to Wizard eventually. Like, I know that Megumin is this super powerful wizard, and don't worry, we're gonna get there. But we're actually gonna be starting off as a sorcerer. Let's get the sorcerer stuff up. Okay. So, we pick a sorceress origin, and we are going to go with Pyromancer. It's from the, what was it? The Kaldesh expansion, but it is still an open UA, it's still usable, it's still totally perfectly good, and it's what we're going to be working with here. Oh, right, I forgot. She has more proficiencies. I guess we can go with, let's go with, Insight and Religion for our extra proficiencies here. So that way, weirdly enough, she has apparently some of the most common sense in the entire group, and knows enough about religious things to recognize the bizarre, the quote, bizarre and cultish nature of Aqua's followers. So, it's good enough for me. Alright, so our sorceress origin here. This gives us a Heart of Fire. Now that means, when you cast a spell of first level or higher that deals fire damage, there is a eruption of energy around you that deals it's an eruption of energy in a 10-foot, hold on, let me restart. When you cast a spell of first level or higher that deals fire damage, you can pick any number of creatures within 10 feet of you to take fire damage equal to half your sorcerer level, minimum of 1. There we go. Okay. Also, technically, at this level, you get the ability to cast spells. Alright, so, for spells known... None. That's right. You heard me. Not even cantrips. Nothing. There's not a single spell of first level or of cantrip level that in the slightest resembles her explosion spell. So, rather than picking spells that aren't in character for her, I instead am choosing to pick literally nothing. Remember, chat, you asked for this build. I'm only doing what was asked for. Okay, so that's Sorcerer 1. Carrying on from there. Sorcerer 2. We're gonna be sticking with Sorcerer for a bit because there's a lot of stuff that Sorcerers will get that will actually work really well once we kind of mix it in with Wizard. Trust me, once you see the whole thing put together, you're really gonna get exactly what I'm going for here. Okay, so... we get our Font of Magic at Sorcerer 2. That means that you have two sorcery points, which you can spend at this level basically to get more spell slots. At the moment, you can do that. You can convert... oh, you can also convert spell slots to sorcery points. I should mention that. That's actually going to be the more important part. As a bonus action, you can spend a spell slot to gain a number of sorcery points equal to that spell slot's level. So, that's going to be important later on for something. For now, though, that's kind of it. That's kind of it. Again, no spells. Still no spells. Still no spells. Okay, Sorcerer 3. Now, at Sorcerer 3, this is a big one for her, we get Meta Magic. These are options that you can spend sorcery points on to boost the power of your spells in some flavorful way. Now, if we were playing smart, we would pick Careful Spell, which would allow us to pick a number of creatures up to our Charisma modifier that automatically succeed on saving throws against Explosion. That is not, however, relevant to her because the show makes it very clear Explosion does not distinguish friend or foe in the slightest. So, no Careful Spell. Let's go with... oh, right, I also should say that, you get 2 meta magic abilities at this level, and at later levels you would get more. So, let's see, let's do... let's do Seeking Spell. So Seeking Spell makes it so if a spell requires an attack roll or forces a dexterity saving throw, you can spend a sorcery point to ignore half or 3/4 cover that targets would otherwise be protected by. And let's also get... Empowered Spell. So, Empowered Spell, you can spend a sorcery point to reroll a number of damage dice on a spell up to your Charisma modifier. And you can use this if you've already used a different metamagic option as well. Alright, so... Okay, you know what? Let's make sure. Is there any second level spell that could be called Explosion? No. I would say, so if you're a coward, you could call the second level spell Shatter a tiny explosion, but that's too damn small. So we're not gonna call it Explosion, and we're gonna keep on going. So naturally, we're sticking around for Sorcerer 4. And at Sorcerer 4, we get our first ASI. We're gonna be putting this into Charisma, so that way we can better cast these spells, get more out of our metamagic. Simple stuff, really. Again, don't worry, we'll switch over to focus on other stuff too later down the line. Okay, yeah, I did that right. Just wanted to make sure. So we're up to... Okay, yeah, we're up to 18. Good. Okay. Alright. Sorcerer 5. Because at this point, I mean... Look, I know that I could probably keep this joke going for the entire build until, like, the last level, giving her an actual spell. But I do want to be merciful. I do want to make sure you actually have some kind of spell. And you know what? I think at level 5 we get our first spell that I would call an Explosion. It has the same kind of chaotic, nightmarish energy for everyone involved in it. I would call... You know what? I think it's totally reasonable to call Fireball an Explosion. So, when you cast Fireball, you choose a point within 150 feet, and each creature in a 20-foot radius sphere around that point has to make a dexterity saving throw or take 8d6 fire damage. This also spreads around corners and ignites flammable objects in the area. You know what, actually, if it spreads around corners, let me revise my earlier metamagic choice. If it spreads around corners, we don't really need Seeking Spell quite as much here, so let's have it do, for now... Let's for now have this be a Heightened Spell. So Heightened Spell lets you spend 3 sorcery points to give one target disadvantage on a saving throw. So if you really, really want to make sure someone gets hit by Explosion, now you can. See, I can be generous, chat. I can be kind. I can give you exactly what you wanted and asked for, and I'll even do it in a way that you'll have something to cast before level 20. Isn't that nice? Right? Right? This is what you wanted, chat, right? Anyway. Let's see, where were we? Right. Continuing on from there. We're gonna keep going with Sorcerer for now, I think. Don't worry, we will get wizard levels in. I know that she's this big deal wizard. Trust me, there's gonna be wizard levels. Just... There's a rhyme and reason for what I'm doing. I promise you this. Don't worry about it, okay? Okay, so... At Sorcerer 6, we get... Fire... in the veins. That means that we now have resistance to fire damage, and spells that we cast ignore resistance to fire damage. Now you might think, doesn't that just make it completely useless to have taken Elemental Adept earlier? And you're partially right. However, I still took that because this is a character designed to maximize damage with this one spell as high as possible. And even if it's only getting one more point of damage out of that turning ones on damage dies into 2, that's still something. Plus, there wasn't any other feat that I thought really worked for her, so... Okay. Sorcerer 7. Because, like, at this point, we're so close to our next ability score improvement, we might as well, you know, make it to that. Alright, let's see. Are there any 4th level spells that could be called an explosion? Oh, would you look at that? There aren't. Okay. So, Sorcerer 8, we're gonna use our ASI here to cap out our Charisma, because that way we're getting the most out of what we already got going here. Again, don't worry, we are going to work on Intelligence too once we jump over to being a wizard. I got it. Trust me. Now, we are continuing a little further because then at 10th level we are going to get another meta magic option, and I would kinda like that, so indulge me a little bit here, trust me. Just trust me, it's gonna be okay. Let's see... 9th level, do we get anything? We get 5th level slots. I mean, Immolation is tempting. However, it is only one person, and what she has is very clearly a gigantic AoE, so I can't in good conscience have her get Immolation, so, Okay, so Sorcerer 10. We get another meta magic option. Okay, let's see. What other meta magic options would we like? Would be another good one. Yeah, you know what? At this point, I will get Seeking Spell. I think it would still be good to have for later explosions. Spoiler, we're not doing the whole thing with just Fireball. Don't worry, I promise. Okay, so, you know, now that we've gotten to level 10, we might as well keep going to at least Sorcerer 12 to get another ASI. And you know what? I think this should be... Is this the last one we need for the Charisma to cap out? Yeah, okay, so we can put this next one into Intelligence. Yeah. We're getting ready to use that. Oh wait, sorry, that was 11. Whoops. My mistake. Let's just copy all that. Sorcerer 11. And Sorcerer 12 is where we get that. Okay. Let's see. What from there? So now that we've made it to Sorcerer 13, this is another big level for us. And again, this, I promise you, we will get to Wizard, don't worry. But we stuck around so far here because this way, now that we're at Sorcerer 13, we can upgrade from Fireball to Delayed Blast Fireball. So, what does that do? How's that different? Let me tell you. First off, a little beam of light flashes from your finger to a point 150 feet away. Now, at this point, you can decide when it explodes, or if it touches something, if a creature touches it, it can also trigger it. Now, when it's triggered, if it's triggered immediately, each creature in a 20-foot radius sphere centered on the point has to make a dex save or take fire damage equal to 12d6 fire damage. However, if at the end of your turn the bead hasn't detonated yet, it increases by another d6. You can have this going for up to a minute. That's 10 rounds of combat. That means the maximum amount of damage that this thing can do is 22 d6 fire damage. And since you're a pyromancer and elemental adept, you ignore resistance, so only outright immunity will protect a creature from still taking 11 d6 of fire damage. Alright, so we got that. That feels good. It feels really genuinely good. Now that we... Oh, but if we stick on Sorcerer for one more level, we get another feature, so we might as well, right? Alright, so at 14th level, we get Pyromancer's Fury. This means that when you're hit by a melee attack, you can use your reaction to do fire damage equal to your sorcerer level to whoever attacked you, and it also ignores resistance to fire damage as well. Now, we're probably going to want to keep going a little further, to be honest, because, like, there's some pretty good high-level spells. We'll get to Wizard eventually, don't worry, I promise. But for now, let's just keep going, you know? We'll be a wizard. We'll be a wizard, don't worry. Okay, so... Sorcerer 15. Get access to 8th level slots. Let's see if there's any 8th level spells that could be called Explosion. Incendiary Cloud is okay, but it's not doing nearly as much damage, so we're gonna pass on that. Yeah, that... Nah, Firestorm is also... Like, 7d10 is not bad fire damage, but, like, it's not really an explosion, it's a prolonged storm. Honestly, you can get so much more use out of the delayed blast fireball. I would still think just stick with that to get the 22d6 fire damage over 7d10. That would be my pick for this build. So okay, so Sorcerer 16. Get another ASI. Let's see, is there anything that we want here with our ASI? Let's keep boosting intelligence. We'll be getting into Wizard eventually. Don't worry, as soon as we get the most powerful sorcerer spell, then we'll get into Wizard. Once we milk Sorcerer for all it's worth. Speaking of, at 17th level, oh, this is a nice little level for Sorcerer. Okay, so we get another meta magic option. Let's see, what option would we want here? Merciful God would pick Careful Spell. I will instead pick Distant Spell, which doubles the range of the spell, which allows you to now hit with your delayed blast fireball from 300 feet away. That feels pretty good, right? More importantly, though, Finally. Finally we have it. The most powerful explosion possible. Meteor Swarm. So, each creature in a 40-foot radius sphere, centered on a point of your choice within a mile, 2 miles if you want to distance spell it, must make a dexterity saving throw. The sphere spreads around corners. A creature that fails takes 20 d6 fire damage and 20 d6 bludgeoning damage. Yeah, that feels like an explosion. Okay. Sorcerer 18, we get a very crucial part of our late game build here with Fiery Soul. So Fiery Soul makes it so you have immunity to your own immunity to fire damage, period. And any spell or effect you create that deals fire damage ignores resistance to fire damage and treats immunity as resistance instead. So now nothing is immune from the horrifying power of your Meteor Swarm. Hey Dragon Soul, how's it going? Okay. What's going? What you up to today? Oh, not much. I built Bridget from Guilty Gear, then I built Rosalina from Mario, and now I'm building Megumin. And I think I'm gonna run through the build again for folks that are just getting here because I'm quite proud of it. Well, we got one more ASI. You know, since we're now that we're almost done with Sorcerer, we're gonna switch over to Wizard. So let's again try and boost our intelligence a little higher, huh? That seems like a good idea. Oh, well, we can only do that by 1, so I guess we'll do 1 there, and we can do 1 in Dexterity. Intelligent, let's see. Dexterity and Intelligence +1. Alright, and then Sorcerer 20, we get Sorceress Restoration. That means that every time we finish a short rest, if we had no sorcery points left, we get 4. Okay, so now that we finished up with Sorcerer, let's switch gears and start leveling her up as a wizard as she should be, since she is a wizard in the show. Oh. We seem to have run out of levels to make the very powerful wizard character an actual wizard. What a shame. Who could have possibly seen this coming? Okay, so, anyway, I guess we'll just talk about it as it is, a 20-level sorcerer build. So you make things explode. Like, explode. It is genuinely horrifying the amount of damage you can deal. You're also really smart. So you got that going for you. As for cons, you have one spell. I mean, I did my best to stretch it into a few more, but it's basically just the one spell. Was it worth it? Did this bring you joy? I hope so. So, let me go over this build for Megumin. You know, the wizard from Konosuba. So our goals, we need to explode things good. That's the only goal. Seriously. You think I'm kidding? Frick you, pal. This is a tough build. Here are our stats. Parentheses, what they are at the end of the build. Custom lineage, because technically she's human, but... We are going Pyromancer, Sorcerer. Spells known. None. None of these are close to explosion, so skip them all. You think I'm kidding? You think this is a joke? I wish this was a joke. This is a waking nightmare that my hubris and curiosity has damned me to. If you were a coward, you could call Shatter a tiny explosion, but we are not a coward, so we will not. Okay, you finally get your first spell at 5th level of Sorcerer. We get our second spell at level 13. And then we get our final spell at level 17. This is a character that can only do one thing. This is... To me, like, looking at a Konosuba D&D build is like... It's like looking at a designer dog that has been so inbred that it is a mockery and an affront to existence. It can do some stuff pretty well, but everything else... No. What? Why would you subject yourselves to this? You should love yourselves more than that. So with that, time to start the next poll. Wow, gosh. We might actually be able to do another build tonight. Also, hey Lilith, how's it going? Oh, also the actual reason, just so y'all don't think I was doing things just to mess with you, the actual reason why we went entirely Sorcerer instead of Wizard is because there's no good Wizard subclass for her, because, like, there's no explosion wizard. I could have done, like, an evocation wizard, but then the very first feature they get is the ability to spare people from their spells' magical effects, and she explicitly does not do that. She has no ability to, like, control or limit explosion, so I couldn't. I couldn't. You know what, honestly, that's... yeah, that's probably good enough. Okay, so, chat, here are your options for the next build. We've got Gordon Freeman, the mute physicist from Half-Life, Pikachu from Pokemon? I think you should know Pikachu by now. Mimikyu, Pikachu's Dark Shadow, or Yamato from One Piece. Also, I was this close to having Darkness be a character on tonight's build options too. I decided not to, because, this whole deal, this one almost drove me to madness in and of itself. I don't know if I could do 2 of these kind of builds in one night and survive, so for now, y'all are gonna have to be happy with just that stuff, okay? Okay, good. Anyway, please vote. Please vote. Please vote. Do you want me to cry? I'll cry if you want me to. Please vote. Please vote. Please? I know you are there, please. I'm sorry for tricking you, saying that I was going to do a wizard build and then lying. But please vote. Okay. I'm gonna take a short walk around and check in with Epitome, so I will BRB, but please vote, people. We still got 2 more hours. I still gotta do something, and I would love to do something for all y'all. BRB for now. And I'm back. Okay, so fortunately, I was able to convince Epitome to do a vote. So now I don't have to worry about having no one vote and me being very sad. Ironically, it wasn't even the character named Darkness that left me in a very dark mental place after building. She is gonna be a nightmare to build, though, let me tell you. I'm not looking forward to that. Alright, Epitome. Oh, been lurking a lot. Gonna call it a night. Good night. Alright, good night, Thomas. It was nice seeing you. And I hope you have sweet dreams and sleep well. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Alright, well I guess I needed to do a quick runoff poll. Can't do both of them. Alright, repoll. Hoomst. Gordon Freeman or Mimikyu? I'm just gonna have to keep doing another poll if ties show up. Alright, we got one vote for Gordon. Alright, looks like we're building Gorban Freeban. Okay. Come on. Okay, that should do. Oh, wait, no, it does not. Okay, what will this do? Yeah. Oh, no. Come on. Get rid of that. Okay. Alright, so let's talk about our goals for this build. First off, we need to have a crowbar, and we need to be able to hit people pretty dang good with it. We need to have the powers of the gravity gun and use them to the best of our ability. And... there we go. We also need to be well-armed and armored. There's a lot of dangers out there. He has a lot of weapons in his arsenal, and we also need to give him something for his trademark. What is that called? The hazard suit, right? I know there's some kind of name for it, though, right? Must be. Okay, so let's see. Do we have something for just his suit in general? I want to know what that suit can do. What that suit do, though? Hey game, what that suit do? The HEV suit, that's what it's called. Right. Okay. Protects from radiation, energy discharges, blunt force trauma, alien environments. Sustain more injuries, many injuries that would normally be fatal. Okay, that gives us a good idea of what we're dealing with here. The long jump module? Oh, I know what that's gonna be. Okay, so I know that there's 2 classes that I want to deal with for this. Let's get those set up. Just checking stats on stuff real quick. Sorry, this will take a second. Huh. Now, actually, as I look at it, I wonder maybe this isn't the best option for what we're dealing with. Initially, I was thinking maybe Armorer Artificer. But... but I don't know. I'm thinking of the capabilities of that. Some of it doesn't quite add up, but I mean, it's better that I just start trying to do something rather than just sitting around talking about it, you know? Okay, yeah, I think we can still work with this. Anyway. Okay, so, first and foremost, before he's a fighter, he is a physicist. So we gotta make this a real smarty pants ass Mother Hubbard, huh? Let's see. After that, let's go with... He uses more guns than he does melee weapons. It's really the iconic crowbar more than any other melee. So we'll spread it out like that. Let's do 12 here. We're only doing a 10 in wisdom because, well, he's a 4 eyes, and also I feel like if he had a higher wisdom, maybe the whole game wouldn't have happened because he would have thought, hey, maybe this isn't the best idea. And charisma is only 8 because he cannot talk. He has all of the conversations just happen at him, and he just takes it all in. Okay, so we are going with variant human here. Okay, so let's see, we get... let's do... Yeah, let's just do, strength and intelligence ups. Strength and intelligence +1. Proficiency in a skill of our choice. Let's see. I mean, for him, I think I want, athletics, stealth, arcana, investigation, probably survival. Let's start us off with survival here. And let's see, for the feat. We're probably not going to be able to invest in Constitution as much as I would like, so to supplement that, let's get the Tough feat. That gives us +2 HP now, and an additional +2 HP for every level we get. And for the background, let's see. What can we get from his starting class again? Let's get athletics and investigation. Efficiency. Yeah. Okay, so we are gonna be starting him off because first and foremost, he is a scientist. The closest we can get in D&D here is Artificer. So Artificer 1s get magical tinkering. That allows them to put tiny little magic effects, basically stuff you could do with prestidigitation, into non-magical objects. You can create text displays, so since you never talk in the entire game, maybe you're just using magical tinkering to make a little text scroll. I don't know. You get spell casting. Most of your spells are prepared rather than known, so you get to decide your leveled spells, but for spells known, for the cantrips here, you get 2 of those. Let's go with light, so you can have a flashlight. And let's go with Mage Hand for the weakest form of Gravity Gun. We'll get much better versions as we go, don't worry about it. Okay, so... then suggested spells. There we go. Yeah. Let's see, I would suggest... since his suit protects him from hazardous environments, let's get Absorb... elements, which you can cast as a reaction to something that deals cold, fire, acid, lightning, or thunder damage. You get resistance, so you cut the damage incoming by half, and then on your next turn, when you hit something with a melee attack, it deals an extra d6 damage of that type. I would also suggest Catapult, for that function of the gravity gun where you can, like, pick up an object and then absolutely yeet it as a projectile. Catapult lets you do that with anything 1 to 5 pounds. It flies in a 90-foot line. Anything in its path has to make a dex save or take 3d8 bludgeoning damage. And I would also suggest Featherfall. So you can not take... so you and up to 4 other people of your choice cannot take falling damage. That's always nice. And jump, because there's a long jump module to the HEV suit, so makes sense to me. Okay. Artificer 2. Here we get infusions, magic items that you can make for yourself or for others, most likely for yourself, let's be real. Okay, so at this point you have 4 infusions known, and you can have 2 of those infusions active at any given time. You get those open again. I would suggest, at this level, Enhanced Defense, to add +1 to the AC of an armor or shield that you're wearing. Let's get a Bag of Holding, because you have an awful lot of bits and bobs of equipment on you, and you never seem to worry about how you hold them all. You know, standard FPS protagonist problems. Let's also get... know, let's also get Mind Sharpener. That makes it so if you would fail a concentration save, you can use your reaction to spend a charge and succeed instead. And probably also repeating weapon. Technically, repeating weapon is better than the guns he has as is. It's +1 to attack and damage, and you ignore the reloading property of whatever firearm you apply that to. Oh, by the way, you have firearm proficiency. I should have added that too. Magical tinkering. Firearm proficiency. Oh, also, oh my gosh, I totally forgot to give him his skills. Giving him Arcana and Nature Efficiency. Similar to why we did it for Rosalina. Arcana because it's the closest thing to tech, and Nature because physics are in fact a part of nature. Okay, and that is all for level 2 Artificer. Speak a sound check. Okay, and that's it for level 2. Yes, okay. Boo-boo. Nope. Artificer. Wait. Space. Okay, so we pick our Artificer specialty. And as you might have guessed from his trademark suit of armor, we are going with the Armorer. So, for starts, this gives us the additional proficiency for... Sorry. So this gives us... Sorry. Oh, a little sleepy. I'm okay. Okay, so this gives us, Smith's tools. And heavy... I would definitely call what he's wearing heavy armor proficient. So it's good that we now have proficiency for it. Let's see. Excuse me, sorry. Okay, let's see. Where was I? Okay, also get Armorer spells. At this level, those are Magic Missile, which is 4 darts of magic that always hit. They do a D4 of force damage. Oh, sorry, D4 +1 force damage. And Thunder Wave, AoE 15-foot cube around you. Con Saver, take 2d8 thunder damage, get pushed back 10 feet. Also, finally, you get your Arcane Armor. So let's talk about Arcane Armor. This means that you can, as an action, turn a suit of armor into magical suit of armor. If it has a strength requirement, you can ignore it. You can use it as a spellcasting focus for Artificer spells. It can't be removed against your will. And you can don or doff it as an action as well. You also get to pick a armor model, which can be either Guardian or I can spell, don't worry, or Infiltrator. If you pick Guardian armor, you get Thunder Gauntlets, a melee weapon which deals a d8 thunder damage, and if you hit someone with it, they have disadvantage on attack rolls against anyone other than you, which is good because you're the only character that is a protagonist, so you need to protect all the squishy NPCs. Also, as a bonus action, you can create a defensive field that gives you temporary HP equal to your Artificer class level. Now you can do that bonus action proficiency bonus number of times per long rest. Personally, if I was your DM, I would allow you to reflavor the Thunder Gauntlet as the Crowbar, but you'll have to ask at home. You could also, if you want, be an Infiltrator. If you do that, you get an extra 5 feet of walking speed. You can shoot a lightning blast that deals d6 lightning damage 90 to 300 feet, and when you hit a creature with it once on each of your turns, it can deal an extra d6 lightning damage. Also, you have advantage on dexterity stealth checks if you're wearing the Infiltrator model, and if it normally would give you disadvantage, you know, like the heavy armor that you're wearing, it just cancels it out. So the fun part about this that I didn't actually know until not too long ago is that you can actually pick which model you want to have active at the end of a short or long rest. So this is not just a one and done thing, which is very cool. Lets you be more reactive to the conversation, to the conflict at hand. Oh, also you can use your intelligence mod instead of strength or dexterity for those things, so, you know, just keep that in mind. Also, you get the right tool for the job, which just allows you to create a set of artisan's tools, as long as you have a set of artisan's tools to create them with. It's a magical process, doesn't need any materials, so, you know, just use it and use the tools. It's fun, it's useful. Be useful, it feels good, I promise. Okay. Artificer 4. Get an ASI, and we're gonna focus on intelligence for now. Oh, I forgot to add the bonus from this, too. Whoops. Alright, I guess I must be pretty sleepy. Okay, so that would be 18 now. Okay, and we're gonna stick around for one more level of Artificer for now. Artificer. This level, we get a extra attack. So now when we attack, we can attack a second time. That's fun. Let's see, is there anything else? Yes, we also get second level spell slots available. So let me bring that list up real quick. So we get the spell Mirror Image, which is cool. Not really in character that much. It basically lets us create a shadow clone no jutsu copies of ourselves that can take hits instead if someone attacks you and it would hit. You roll a d20 if someone attacks you. If it's 3 duplicates, you roll you roll a 6 or higher, they hit one of the duplicates instead. 2 duplicates, you have to roll an 8 or higher. 1 duplicate, you have to roll an 11 or higher. They have AC equal to 11 plus your dexterity modifier. Once you hit it, it's gone. You also get the Shatter spell, which is a very, very tiny explosion. Each creature in a 10-foot radius sphere centered on a point makes a con save or take 3d8 thunder damage, and inorganic material creatures have disadvantage. Non-magical objects not being held or worn also take that full damage. Are there other suggested spells here? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see together, chat. Okay, second level. I'm basically, I think, going to be working under the assumption that your DM is not going to be cool enough to let you consider your crowbar your thunder gauntlet, so I'm just gonna work around that, don't worry about it. With that in mind... At second level... I can suggest Magic Weapon. Turn that crowbar into a +1 to hit +1 damage magic weapon for a minute. That's pretty good. Okay, let's see. Is there anything else here I can suggest? Well, I mean, you already have light, and he doesn't really have dark vision, he just has flashlights. Oh, here we go. I know that this is definitely a property of the suit. Protection from poison. That makes it so you can neutralize the poison of a creature you touch or yourself. It's 1 poison you know is present or 1 at random. For the duration also, the target has advantage on saving throws against the poisoned condition and resistance to poison damage. Okay. Artificer 6. Hey Odin, welcome back. So at Artificer 6... Let me check something real quick. Okay, yeah, they wouldn't get that normally, so we're gonna have to film that out. Anyway, how's it going though, Odin? Hope you're having a good one tonight. Okay, so... Artificer 6, we get tool expertise. Any ability check we make that uses a tool we're proficient with, we double that bonus. Also, we get to know more infusions. We know 2 more infusions, and we can have 1 more infusion active. Let's see, what other things did I want to suggest at this level? Nothing really for replicate items, I think. Ah, okay, here's one. So, resistant armor. For long rest, you can choose a type of damage from acid, cold, fire, force, lightning, necrotic, poison, psychic, radiant, or thunder. Yeah, it's basically all of the magic types of damage, and you get resistance to that while you're wearing the armor. That's definitely worth it. What else? I'd probably also suggest, enhanced weapon if you're going to be focusing on your crowbar, which, since it's sadly not a part of your armor, we're gonna have to maybe do. Oh wait, actually, Actually, I think something that would be more useful than that would be a spell refueling ring. That allows you to recover one spell slot of 3rd level or lower once per day. That way you can use it to regain a use of, say, magic weapon, which is kind of just a better version of enhanced weapon for our purposes. Okay, come on, there we go. Alright, Artificer. We'll be coming back to more Artificer later, but for now, we stuck as long as we did in Artificer because I wanted to make sure that our genius physicist is capable of flashes of genius, which allows you a number of times equal to your intelligence modifier to add your intelligence modifier to an ability check or saving throw that you or anyone you can see within 30 feet of you makes. It's a very, very, very useful ability. Use it. Okay, now, because I want my new thing to be that you got a kind of decent idea of what the character is going to be like by level 10, we're going to jump over for a little bit. Why did I say finger? No, to fighter 1. So we get a fighting style. I'm going to say let's go with... You can kind of customize this a little bit, honestly. You could do, if you're the kind of, you know, if you're the kind of Half-Life player that likes to crowbar, you should get dueling. If you're the kind of one that likes to do a lot of gunplay, do close quarters shooter or archery. You could also just do defense if you want, straight up more AC. I mean, I think of those... I think of those, I'll personally probably go with close quarters shooter. So what that one does is you can make ranged attacks within 5 feet of you, within 5 feet of the target without disadvantage. Your ranged attacks ignore half and 3/4 cover against a target within 30 feet of you, and you have a +1 bonus to attack rolls on ranged attacks. You also get the ability to make a second wind, which heals you 1d10 plus your level, plus your fighter levels as a bonus action of HP. You can do that once per short rest. So, Fighter 2. We get an action search. It allows us once per short or long rest to make 2 actions on your turn instead of only 1. Okay, so Fighter 3. We pick our martial archetype. And we are going to go, because you know, you have been touched by, what are those alien dudes called? What are they called again? I know they've got a name. Oh, I can't for the life of me remember their name. Hold on. It's gonna... Vortigaunts. You have developed a psychic connection with the Vortigaunt. That, and I also needed something that would approximate the gravity gun with more detail, so we are going with... Psy Warrior. So, as a Psy Warrior... Let's see... So, as a Psy Warrior, you have a number of d6 for your Psy power. You have a number of d6 equal to your proficiency bonus. Right now, you're level 10, or sorry, equal to twice your proficiency bonus, so you have 8 points right now, or rather 8 die. So you have 8d6 psi die. So what can you do with psionic, sorry, that should be psionic power. There we go. So what can you do with that stuff? Well, for starters, you can make a protective shield. That means that when you or another creature within 30 feet of you takes damage, you can use your reaction, spend a psi die, roll it, and reduce the damage taken by the number rolled plus your intelligence modifier. This is basically the armor shielding of the HEV. You can also do a... Okay. A psionic strike. That means that when you, once per turn, maximum, after you hit a target within 30 feet of you with the attack and deal damage, you can spend the die, roll it, and add that as force damage, plus your intelligence modifier to the attack. And there's also telekinetic movement. So, telekinetic movement, you can move an object or a creature that is large or smaller size, loose objects or willing creatures other than yourself, and you can move them as long as they're within 30 feet of you. You can pick it up and move it up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space. Or if it's a tiny object, you can just move it to or from your hand. You could also move it vertically, horizontally, both. Once you use this action, you have to wait for a short or long rest unless you spend another psionic die. So this is a little bit of an expensive version of Gravity Gun, but it is a functional Gravity Gun, and it is able to pick up things much bigger than we'd be able to do with Mage Hand. Or a Catapult. Okay. Come on. Fighter 4, we get our ASI here. Fighters get a ton of ASI, so I like stopping in fighter classes for them. We're gonna max out our intelligence first. For better flashes of genius and damage. Okay, so at Fighter 5, normally you'd get an extra attack, but since you already got one from Artificer, you do not. Fighter 6, we get another ASI, because fighters get a ton of these. It's kinda fantastic. Let's start on our constitution next. Since we're a frontline fighter, it would be pretty good if we had the constitution to do that. And remember that boosting constitution also retroactively boosts health based off of your level. Okay, Fighter 7. At this point, we become really, really good with the gravity gun, to the point that I think you could safely call us a telekinetic. If I could spell. Swear I can spell sometimes. A telekinetic adept. This means, well, for starters, it means that our D6s are now actually a D8. Let me boost that up. Oh wait, actually, sorry. I totally missed something. Actually, it is not at Fighter 7 that they go up to a D8. Come on. It is at Fighter 5. Psionic power. So that is twice your proficiency bonus of D8. So at this point, total level 12. That would be still plus 4, so it would be 8D8. Yeah. Okay, telekinetic adept. Where you fight, the hand defeats. Where you sign, down on your knees. Okay, so ooh, sorry. That didn't feel great. Okay, so let me see. Total level 14, we are at plus 5, and the psionic die has boosted to a D10. Right? No, not yet, not yet. But it is now 10D8. Pretty good. Boo, boo, boo. Boo, 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 boo. Boo, 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 boo. Boo, boo, boo. Boo, boo, boo. Boo, 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 boo. Boo, boo, boo. Boo, boo, boo. Boo, 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 boo. Boo, boo, boo. Boo, boo, boo. Okay, anyway. Getting distracted again. So, with your telekinetic adept powers, your gravity gun and your suit get a couple new abilities. First off, you can make psi-powered leaps. As a bonus action, you can use your jump module in the HEV suit to gain a flying speed equal to twice your walking speed until the end of the next turn. Once you do that, you can't do again until you take a short or long rest or you spend another psionic die. You can also use the gravity gun to make telekinetic thrusts. When you deal damage with your psionic strike, you can force the target to make a strength save, DC 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your int modifier, so at this point that would be 18. And if failed, they are knocked prone, or moved up to 10 feet in a direction of your choice. Okay. Fighter 8. Okay, we get another ASI here. Let's see. I mean, for this one, at this point, most of your weapons you're going to be able to make magical and thus be able to use your intelligence modifier. But kind of pick and choose which ones you want to use. If you want to focus on the crowbar, you can spec into strength. If you want dex, you can spec in there. Let's see. At this point, I'm a little worried about how low our boy's wisdom is, but you know, we kind of made our bed there, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. There we go. Let's see. Let's get at least this up to a +3. That feels good to me. Or wait, actually, I think it's important. Yeah, I do think it's important that we start giving him a wisdom modifier, because that's how you resist psychic stuff, and he does kind of do that a little bit. Although, no, that's honestly more of the Vortigaunts that do that for him. I maintain my original stance. Constitution +2. And that's all for this level, I believe. Yep. Come on. Fighter 9. We get Indomitable. That lets us, whenever we would normally fail a saving throw, we can re-roll and use the new roll instead, once per long rest. That even works on death saves, so please, feel free to use it. I'd rather you use it than you die. That seems like a better option to me, personally. Okay. And one more level of fighter, I think. Yeah, one more level should work. Now that you've hit level 10 of the psionic, or the psi warrior. The Vortigaunts have warded your mind against the intrusions of the G-Man, and with your guarded mind, you can now have resistance to psychic damage, and if on the start of your turn you are charmed or frightened, you can spend a psionic die and end every effect on yourself that's causing those conditions. Okay, so I think we're gonna finish this build off with some more levels of Artificer. Let's see, where did we leave off on Artificer? Well, if we did 10 levels of this, surely it must be level 7, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, so we get another ASI. Nope. Let's see. Again, your ideal focus here is going to be using either one of your infused items, the enhanced weapon, your armor's weapon, or the repeating shot weapon to get the most out of it, but I guess between those, you probably have the most options with dexterity? Because there's going to be a lot more than just one firearm that you can get, so I guess we'll boost dexterity up a little more here. Okay, so is there anything else that artificers get here again? No. Okay. Artificer 9. Okay, so at Artificer 9, you're able to make armor modifications. So, armor modifications allow you to treat your suit of HEV armor as separate items for the purpose of how many things you can infuse in it. You can treat it as the chest piece, the boots, the helmet, and the armor's special weapon, each as their own separate infusion. So, in addition, you now can have 2 more infusions active at a time as long as they're a part of your armor. Oh, wait, also, is there anything else there? Yes, that's when you get 3rd level slots, that's right, okay. Armor spells. Okay. Oh, right. First, what it gets from the subclass. It gets... Hypnotic. Oh, hypnotic pattern. And lightning. Okay. Oh. Nope, go back, please. Okay, so. Hypnotic pattern. You create a 30-foot cube of bizarre, scintillating, and, well, hypnotic colors and patterns. Each creature in the area who sees it has to make a wisdom save or they are charmed and incapacitated. So they have the speed of 0. Oh, and charmed, incapacitated, and has a speed of 0. So it's it's functionally a flash grenade. I don't remember if that's a thing that he has in the game or can get in the game, but you can now. Also, lightning bolt. You shoot a line blast of lightning. Anyone in that line has to make a dex save or take 8d6 lightning damage. Use this for that big charge blast that the Combine machine gun thing has as its alt fire. Yeah, that one. Use it for that. Okay. And I also get to suggest spells. So as always, I'm gonna suggest haste as one of them. Pop that for the next minute. You've got +2 to AC, you've got double speed, advantage on dexterity saving throws, and an extra action you can use to attack, dash, disengage, hide, or use an object. It's a phenomenal spell, and people should use it. Let's see. I don't believe... Yeah, no, I'm certain, actually, that water breathing is not a thing that the suit can do, unfortunately. Let's see, what else, then? Honestly, none of the others really speak to me. He doesn't really have much in the way of elemental damage. If you want, you could get Elemental Weapon. That's still an okay spell. It's a +1 bonus to attack rolls, and it deals an extra d4 damage of your choice from acid, cold, fire... acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder. That's a pretty good one. Gives you a lot of options. I guess I could suggest, protection from energy? Because while the suit you can alter once per long rest to give him a different resistance to a damage type, protection from energy, like if you have to change on the fly because you realize, oh shit, there's something here I didn't plan for, protection from energy lets you touch someone for an hour, they can have resistance to acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder damage. Okay. Yeah, seems good. Finally, our capstone here. Artificer 10. Okay, so we are magic item adepts now. That means that we can attune to 4 magical items instead of the normal 3. And whenever we try to make magic items ourselves that are common or uncommon, it takes a quarter of the time and half as much money. Let's see. Then we also, of course, get 2 more infusions that we know. Now let's see, what do we want here? And you can also replace ones that you already knew, so keep that in mind. I mean, you could go in on Gauntlets of Ogre Power if you are really keen on not bothering to spend spell slots or infusions to make your crowbar better. That way your strength would be 19, you get a +4 bonus to those attacks. Well, one thing that I'll definitely suggest here is Helm of Awareness. So when you have the Helm of Awareness on, you have advantage on initiative rolls, and you can't be surprised as long as you're not incapacitated. Beyond that, so is there anything else? Wait a second. Am I reading that right? Is that right? Hold on. Let me check something real quick. Interesting. So I just checked something, and it looks like you don't actually... It doesn't say anything about you you having to have, like, say... Oh, that can't be right, though. Yeah, okay, that's not right, I'm pretty sure. Never mind, then. Sorry about that. I mean, as for the other thing... Like, I'm looking at the magical items you can replicate at this level, and there are a lot, but I don't know if any of them you strictly need. I mean, flight would be good, but he does not have, like, a jetpack or anything. I guess let's stick with something simple, then. Let's get a Cloak of Protection to give us a +1 to our AC and all of our saving throws. I think that's good. Okay, so... let's look at some pros and cons here. Pro? You got a lot of high defense stuff going for you. Assuming you're using the strongest form of armor available, so we're gonna start off as an 18. I would probably also, at some point, personally, I don't think I actually included it here, but I would recommend swapping out one of your infusions if I... Did I have it as something already? Oh no, I did have Enhanced Defense. Okay, yeah, so that means Enhanced Defense, that's +2 at 10th level. Then, on top of that, +1 from the Cloak. Yeah, you're looking at 21 AC minimum. All of your saving throws and ability checks, thanks to Flash of Genius. Oh. Maybe I should say it some other way, but... I mean, you also have Flash of Genius, which allows you to give +5 to whatever saving throw you need at any given time. Which, again, high defense. Thanks to your gravity gun, you have the ability to move yourself and to move everyone around you very easily, basically allowing you to strategically control who gets to be where at any given point. Also, because most of your damage options are going to be magical, whether it be through infusions or the spell magic weapon, that means that you're also going to be working with pretty much a +5 for a baseline starting point for any of your attacks. And since it's magical, you're going to be able to work around the damage types and vulnerabilities and immunities and resistances and all that pretty easily. You're good at adapting, evolving, overcoming, however that Bear Grylls meme goes. You know, as for cons, you are a is that how I spell it? Yeah! You're a socially incompetent dork. You have no social skills, and you have a negative social modifier on top of that. Also, you're a real Four Eyes, with a terrible wisdom score as well. And wisdom is... it's gonna hurt you. Sure, you're gonna be able to Flash of Genius your way through some of those wisdom saving throws, but wisdom saving throws are pretty common and they can be pretty nasty. And after that... Honestly, I can't really think of many other weaknesses. Artificer is, again, one of those classes that are really strong. I mean, if anything, a con would be... you didn't get more Artificer levels, because the 20th level of Artificer is one of the best capstones in the game, and you just don't get that, because we had to give you a functional gravity gun. But I mean, if that's one of the strongest cons that I can muster, that's really not much of anything to say against it, so we're probably still good. Alright, you know, I think I think I want to end it a little early tonight. Are y'all good with that, chat? I want to make sure y'all are good with it before I do anything. It's a little early. It's about half an hour early, but I did the, like, 3 builds that I normally do, no problem. And I don't really have a ton of thoughts right now about the, about any D&D homebrew, so I can't really think of anything I want to bring up on that front to talk about, you know? Would y'all be okay if I called it early here? Well, I don't see any objections, so that's good for me. Good enough for me. Alright. Yeah. We did a very good job today. I think we can call it here. So let me... switch on over here. I'm gonna start looking for a raid target here. Can someone give me a exclamation point socials, please? Oh, sorry, I didn't realize it was this quiet right now. Alright. Let me set it up then. First off. Okay, first link is the Discord. If you want to hang out with me or get to know any of the other super cool people that are a part of this community, join it. It's pretty cool. I'd love to have you there. Then we got Throne. It is one of many ways that you can support me if you want. If you want to do so with really direct means, like the what am I? Gosh, I really am spacey tonight. It's probably a good thing that I'm finishing early. If you want to support me through direct financial means and have the means to, awesome. I super appreciate it. But it's honestly not required. It's honestly, if you're able to, cool. If not, one of the best ways you can help me is totally free, and that's through word of mouth. Share my channel and what I do with people that would enjoy it, whether it be through a raid or just telling a friend. It really does help. Then we got Twitter. I post memes, artwork, homebrew, and my schedule, which goes up there every Sunday. And then finally YouTube, where I put my VODs when I remember to put my VODs anywhere, which hasn't been super often, but you know. Alright, so my next stream is going to be... Let's see, today is Tuesday. Yes, so my next stream is going to be tomorrow at 6 p.m. EST. We are going to be doing... scroll up, please. We are going to be doing some Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, because I've been really enjoying that game. Let me check also to see if the potential raid target is going to be still streaming for a little bit. I think we probably have a little more time, so yeah. We're going to be raiding a good friend of the channel, Sif VTuber. If you're coming along for the raid, here are some raid messages you can use. Take the first one if you're a follower or have been hanging around. Take the second one if you want to show off a channel or raid emote. And thank you all so much for keeping me company. I had a great time tonight, and I hope you did too. Let me give you all a hug. A smooch if you prefer. And I hope to see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. EST. For now, though, take care. And remember, some bunny really cares about you. It's me. I'm the bunny. I love you. I love you. Anyway, take care. I'll see you tomorrow, I hope. And what are you looking confused about? I'll take care. I'll see you tomorrow. And goodbye. 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 I love you. Goodbye.